Hello, welcome back. It is fantastic to see you all again. It is now Eurovision week. Officially, we have begun, and I'm delighted to say that we are starting it by having a bit of time to celebrate with our generous host. He's going to participate, and he's actually, I can now reveal, replacing Victoria and Michael, and will be hosting the entire contest. It is Cosmo from Austria.
Now you know.
Fantastic to see you, firstly. Welcome to the stream. Everyone is saying hello. What I'm really enjoying is the difference between the people who read the announcement I did before, who are like, oh, Cosmo, great to see you, and the people who clearly didn't read the announcement and are like, what? When did you say this? But yes, fantastic for you to join us. First things first, Eurovision in your own country. You're participating for your own country in a city that's pretty cool, I would say.
Yes.
How does it feel to be doing it here specifically?
Oh, I love it so much. Like, it's my dream come true, not only because we're playing at Wiener Stadthalle, which is like the best venue, and it's like a dream of Sandro and my guitarist and manager. And but also like the fans are just so amazing. Like having all these Austrian fans here, it's been such a pleasure, and we really feel all the love, and it's giving us so much energy as well.
Yeah, I can imagine in some ways it makes it like, if I had to choose a position to be in, the position of the host entry is great. No jeopardy because you're in the final already. So you can enjoy the experience more. No need to worry about, oh gosh, what are the maths like in the semi-final, whatever else. Number two, you go in with a crowd that is going to back you like crazy.
Yes.
If I had to guess, the thing that you're looking forward to most, it's going to be the fact that the crowd is going to be really on your side.
Yes.
With a song that really lends itself to that.
Yes, I absolutely love that, because I that's like our goal with all the song and every like this experience, to get the people to dance and everyone to dance together. And if we can achieve that at Stadthalle, that's amazing. If people are gonna dance even in front of their television, at the watch parties, at the public viewing, that's what we want to do. We want to bring the people together with our dance.
Mm-hmm. What I really like too is that as well as the dance, there's something it kind of, I think for people in German-speaking countries, I think there may be a little bit of kind of nostalgia value here, because when I heard your song for the first time, the first thing I thought of was, it reminds me a little bit of the same vibes that Nein Mann, ich will noch nicht gehen. Ich will noch ein bisschen tanzen. And I'm really interested to see whether people connect to that. And I'm also curious to know, was that sort of one of the things that was in your mind, is I want to make a song that gives people that kind of feeling?
Like the not wanting to go home? Or
and the sort of, and doing it's quite fitting to be last out on that, in the running order in that sense.
Oh, yes. But also like this euphoric feeling when there's a good song and a good crowd, and it's like 1 a.m. and it's just like this euphoric feeling of everyone dancing together. But also, what I also really like is like choreographies in musical, and that's why I'm a Harry Styles fan, and right now I'm really fan boying because he's like getting into this dance kind of thing. So it's kind of gotten popular to dance more. And yes, of course, it's lovely to be the closing act in the final. That's going to be really cool.
Well, one place I think you've been very popular is actually among this chat, which was when I announced this yesterday. They got very excited. I think if anyone ever hurt you, you'd have several hundred people immediately marching on, on whoever did it, looking to defend you. As you can see, they have been submitting absolutely loads of questions. This has been open all of 3 minutes, and we have loads and loads of different questions.
Wow.
So I am going to pick one out. I'm going to start actually with this one because I know that this person is a big fan of yours. This question is from Danda Only, who says, at the ending of the Tanzschein music video, you are looking at the lion version of yourself. Can you explain what you were portraying in this moment?
Amazing question. Thank you, Danda. That's exactly what we wanted to achieve. It's to kind of get the thoughts going. It's about, I've put away this animal-like figure and I was dancing and having fun. But, the animal is still inside us. That's why I think our motto is kind of like dance away your inner animal, because everyone has an inner animal. But it's about like letting it out, letting it go, and being like human and respecting each other and loving each other and dancing freely and let others dance freely. So that's what it's all about. Like we have this animal in us, but we just have to like let it go, and then we can dance together.
And this is the thing actually about the song. And I'm going to say in chat right now, we will put our hands up in answer to this question, I'm sure as well. Say like me, or this has happened to me, or whatever, in chat right now, if you have ever been in a club or somewhere where there was dancing, where you have stood on the side and not danced because you felt too embarrassed to dance. Everyone in the room has put their hand up. By the way, we have the lovely Bernadette from ORF, and also the rest of my team over here. Everyone put their hands up, which shows that the song has this relevance. I also like how there's this little bit of this kind of, it feels like a little bit of a social commentary in a way, and sort of on maybe a little bit on how it can be a bit of our masculinities being fragile maybe from time to time that stops us from kind of enjoying ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, and generally just like relying on stereotypes and cliches. I think like what our next step as a society is just to like be yourself and let others be themselves. Like it's not really that difficult, It's just like respect each other, man.
Yeah. Just start being nice to each other.
Yes.
And maybe I think luckily I like to think that most of them aren't scary. Most of the people in here are not asking me to evaluate their fan fictions. Not all of them, but most of them. We should definitely go to more questions. That's an interesting one. Your lower vocal is so expressive. Do you think you could ever perform Mongolian throat singing?
Oh, I would love that. Wait, I don't know how exactly it is, but I think it's like, kind of like, because I go in this voice and then I go, I can't really do it, but it's like these overtones. I think it's really impressive.
Yeah, they do this thing where they're like, if you have to I don't know quite how to do it, where your mouth has to be the right shape, and then you have to like push your tongue against the roof of your mouth in the right way, and then it produces this kind of whistle.
Oh.
I don't really know how to do it. I guess we can give it a quick, it's like sort of like kind of thing. I can't
oh
do
my
it very
god,
well.
there you go. Wow.
That's like the worst possible version of it. So the answer is yes. So we're looking forward to seeing the Tanzschein throat singing version on Saturday night.
Yes.
Sung in the Mongolian language. Let's take one more question, and then we'll look at the rehearsal clip.
Yes.
And then we'll look at some more questions. So, I saw a question before, which I'm looking for now.
By the way, just because the fanfics, I haven't seen a fanfic about Sören's and Jonas's baby. You know, Denway, have you heard of it?
No, what?
Man, you gotta be deep in the game, in the Eurovision game. Sören's and Jonas's baby, Denway is on its way, and I want you guys to write a fanfic. That's your homework for today.
Well, I mean, okay, things I didn't have on my list for this week. An artist coming on stream and openly encouraging MPreg fan fiction about their colleagues. In any case, I'm sure Søren and Jonas will appreciate that very much.
Yes.
And maybe we can have a dramatic reading if it exists by later in the week.
Yes. Oh my god. I'm so excited.
Let's just take one more before we go to the rehearsal clip. And this is actually about sort of the identity of Cosmo.
Yes.
And this sort of it's like a sort of new beginning that has been created, and this is its first outing, right?
Yeah.
In this contest context. How did that come about? And that question is from Volpika.
Well, it's actually, for all my life, I was writing songs in English, kind of in this pop rock vibe, and I was quite frustrated. I didn't have my creative breakthrough. And then last summer, my producer, Max, told me to just let go. Don't think of any boundaries and just for once, just do your thing and see what happens. And then we changed to German. We had this new kind of style. It's kind of these beats, but also I don't know, this club vibe. But we also have this summery vibe, if you've heard my EP. And that's when I thought, okay, clean canvas. This is a new chapter. We need something very new. And that's when Cosmo came. And then I had the music, I had the name, and I had to have something for the trilogy. And that was something visual. And that was the Blue Star.
And I did see, B asked, if you were going to give me a shape and a colour
Yes.
for a similar such artifact, which shape and which colour?
I would say when you turn a square to this.
So like a
called
diamond.
Like a diamond.
Mm-hmm.
And you're giving me the color green.
Okay. Well, it's actually interesting you say that, because the channel's colour is a shade of green called Zomp.
There you go. Zomp.
Yes, there is a colour called Zomp. That's a real thing that exists.
Wow.
One thing that I promised everyone just before would be to take a little look at this, which has now magically appeared on screen.
Here we go.
And so we're going to take a little look through your rehearsal clip. We have to play it on mute.
Yes.
Or the EBU will burst in and arrest me. But we can take a little look. So this is in sort of the middle part of the performance.
He's a runner, he's a track star.
Exactly. And I've got some questions to ask you. We'll first just let it play through. In terms of the general vibe for the performance, obviously totally different stage to the national final.
Yes.
What were the core kind of underlying motivations? What did you want to put forward through the performance?
Well, the process of it all was kind of do we want to tell this story? And then it was difficult because it's in German, and we didn't because it is a long story, so we didn't want it to be too complicated. Then we were thinking, let's transport like a feeling and a one-liner, and that's this dance away your inner animal. That's what the vibe we were going for, and we definitely had to keep the masks, and we wanted it to be just epic, an epic club, techno, party.
With masks.
With masks.
And speaking of the masks, one thing, we were looking at the, I'm just going to skip forward to get what's the best view of it we can get. This one is quite cool, actually. You've got these kinds of almost climbing frame kind of wall things.
Yes.
And instantly, in my brain, I was thinking, okay, so there's the animal metaphor here. There's the kind of the caged, the animals bursting out of the cage and so on.
Yes.
That's the first place I went. But what kind of story between the masks, the way the dancers are dressed, and the sort of climbing frame-esque prop, what's the story that you're trying to tell there? Am I saying some of the things that make sense, or am I talking complete nonsense?
Absolutely sense, because the cage is there, but then the animals come out of this cage and start dancing all together. It's this kind of freeing yourself and letting go and and dancing. And when they dance, they become even more human, because in the beginning it's like more like very animal-like moves, and then they eventually start dancing, and we kind of, I mean, like Sandro and I are standing in front, then Sandro goes back, and then he gets them also to the front, like, and then we have this huge party together.
And I like that it feels, and obviously this is the moment where it happens, where they all start bursting out, and he's pulling them all towards you. I have to say, I've always really liked the masks. I've always thought it was the most sort of silly, like it's like silly and fun. But also I remember at the national final when everyone was watching, it sort of, you stood out in, you know, because the song was catchy, but also we had this kind of, the choreo, the dance, all of it was kind of already coming together. So I guess you had a kind of idea of how you wanted it to be from quite an early stage. Yeah. How well did that mix once it hits the kind of, because the number one thing that all artists basically I've spoken to about staging for the contest is, the answer is that's not technically possible very often. How well did, you know, your vision for this and what you brought from the national final afterwards sort of gel with, you know, the stage, what is possible with the, you know, the various technical and budgetary and so on constraints that exist for the contest?
I mean, we could have done like a huge, I don't know, inflatable gorilla or something, but like I didn't want it to distract from the real like important thing, and that was dancing and the Tanzschein dance. Like I always wanted to have that in the focus, and I didn't want too many distractions. I wanted it to be tasteful, if I may say so. No, I think it's really gotten amazing, because we have these amazing dancers and an amazing choreographer, and it's just become this like dream club for me, and we're gonna make Stadthalle to one huge club.
And I mean, we'll come to dance in a second, because I would quite like to try it, because I still don't know it yet, and I thought maybe we could go through together. I do just want to ask one other question, which is actually again on the sort of social sort of topics of the song. And I think one interpretation, this is something that I felt a little bit when I read the lyrics, a few people have mentioned it in chat as well, is about, it feels as well that the lyrics are quite honest about the way that some men behave in clubs, and how that also, like, it feels like it's a critique of that in some way. Was that something that you consciously moved towards when you were writing it?
Yeah, I mean, I did want it to critique, but I wanted it to pull it in like a positive space, because it is a happy ending, because like we have this gorilla who you would think would be like one of these like cliche men, this like strong man and weak woman. We did want to critique that, but then it does have a happy ending, because the gorilla is the one who starts it all, the one who gets on the dance floor and starts dancing and kind of pulls the other animals into that. So yeah.
And I guess it's this kind of thing of like, you know, sort of, okay, we have the, you know, you see the thing that is there, and that you say, okay, we know this thing is there, but also, what if, you know, let's bring those people to this kind of better space, to this, you know, to making it about the dancing. Speaking of making it about the dancing, let me just do this here. I will admit, I don't know the dance fully yet. I was wondering if maybe, and everyone in chat, you're all going to do this with us. Let's try this together. So I'm ready to go. We'll sit up. There we go.
So we have I have something to memorize it. We're gonna start with our right hand, stretch it out, and then you can think like, stop, my keys, oh God.
Stop, my keys, oh God.
Exactly. And now with your left hand, stop, my keys, oh God. And then both hands, that's a little tricky. Stop, my keys, oh God.
Sorry, I elbowed you in the side.
Oh, that's okay. And then it's just X, and point behind your back. And there you go, the Austrian Macarena.
Right, so stop, keys, got, stop, keys, got, stop, keys, got.
XX, point behind your back. Amazing. Should we try it?
Okay.
One more time?
Okay, we need to, I don't know, Jay, come over here. Jay, who does not know the words to the song. So, what you're going to do is, you know the rhythm of the chorus at least. You know, Tanzschein.
Yeah.
So you're going to do that for us at roughly the pace, which is maybe that sort of pace.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that's like, okay, right. We're going to come with you. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Yes.
Stop. Yes.
Amazing.
Okay, I feel so accomplished. Thank you very much. You'll be seeing plenty more of Jay later. He's going to come in the stream in a little bit, so you can shoot for now. We have more time for more questions, and everyone is very impressed with us, and so Jay looked terrified, by the way. I love doing that to him. I love throwing him under the bus unexpectedly.
That happens a lot actually when I ask someone to like do the dance with me. But that's okay. That's just like the process of letting go. It's all in the process.
So Jay, we did this for you, you know?
Yes.
It was all for you. So on this, and as you can see, this list of questions has now gotten much longer. This one, and there is a correct answer to this question. Opinion on Woki mit deinem Popo, aka best Austrian entry of all time.
Banger. Yeah.
Absolute banger.
Banger.
I have to admit that was my favourite song that year.
Yeah.
And then I really thought it was going to do so well. And then the live performance was... it was not, and then it didn't work out, and I was heartbroken.
Yeah, but the guys are so kind. I've met them. They're lovely people.
You met them?
Yeah, I met them. We were actually at the presidents of Austria, like in the castle of Vienna.
Just as you do, you know, normal Saturday.
Of course, yeah. It was like a fever dream.
Yeah, I do think that song. It was so catchy, but also. What my favourite factoid about that is, if it weren't for that, Austria.
It was just
house is haunted. Don't worry about it. Jay, sit down. Is that we wouldn't have had Rise Like a Phoenix, and we wouldn't have had Eurovision in Vienna in 2015, because because the song that Woki mit deinem Popo beats that year was by Conchita Wurst, and it won the national final by 1%. So thanks to track shitters, we have Rise Like a Phoenix.
Wow, well there you go, amazing.
Let's have some more questions. That's an interesting one, again about the star, because Dutch Gaming Division says it gives them Bowie vibes when they look at you and they see it. What was the inspiration behind it?
Pinterest. It's not that deep, guys, actually. I was just thinking like, let's do some crazy makeup, and I just saw like I wanted something like graphic. On Pinterest there was like people have drew like stars like there and there and there, but I thought like the best would be like a big one just on like my eye.
It's rather like,
and it's just always there.
What was quite funny was just before we went on, is that you have a little jar of blue paint in your bag at all times, so you can quickly, because I guess paint comes off quite easily on skin.
Yeah.
Because presumably water soluble paint, skin is oily, therefore you've got to constantly maintain and brush it up.
Yeah, I do, but it's also good for getting it off, because I don't know if you've seen it, guys. We have a Eurovision special edition of the star this time. It's with glitter, it's with rhinestones. It looks absolutely incredible. I love it. But it's a pain in the ass to get it off, because it's like I had to pick like millions of tissues and watch that the glitter doesn't get in my eye. So. Yeah. Well,
it's that's the kind of thing. I'm afraid it's the risks that come with show business.
Yes.
Hopefully no snow business. It's May now. That gurgling you're hearing is again the flat being haunted. it does this sometimes. There's also like doors swing open and stuff. So we are in like the Eurovision spooky house.
Wow.
I've no idea if it's coming through. They probably have no idea what we're on about. Let's take another question. And this is one that I'm going to take from Twitch chat. Charlie asks, thoughts on Artemis 2? I believe a friend of mine spoke to you about this.
Yes.
And you had an entire interview which was just about space.
Yes. I mean, I'm a space nerd, and I thought that was really, really cool because I saw like they were up there like with their phones now.
Mm-hmm.
We've come to an age where they were just like filming the moon and the Earth, well, no, not Earth rise, but the Earth set, if you know,
Yes.
like sunset, Earth set, behind the moon with their phone, and it looked so crispy clean. It was like so close, like they could have landed.
It makes it feel so it's one of these things where, because we haven't had this in our lives, you know.
Yeah.
It's like I guess more our grandparents' generation. When our
Yeah.
grandparents were our age, they saw man land on the moon, and now we might not get to do that. It's so exciting.
It's
It's so cool.
amazing.
I want to get some more questions in because we have about 5 minutes more. And so I'm going to scroll up and down this giant list and stop somewhere. Let's go with this one from Tesco, who asks, what pushed you to submit Tanzschein to Eurovision?
Well, I wanted to write a Eurovision song specifically because for Eurovision songs, I feel like they can be more epic and more groundbreaking than like a usual song. That's why we specifically it wasn't like we wanted to write a Eurovision song in particular, but it was just like, okay, let's do some crazy shit. Like let's just be crazy with it, and that's the product of that. And then we looked, okay, it's under 3 minutes. Let's do this.
It fits and it goes. And how did it feel when you got to the national final stage? Leading off of that, did you kind of, because you never know sort of how different people feel going. When you came in, was your mindset kind of just going to try and enjoy myself and see what happens?
Yes.
Or was it more kind of, because some people like focused like, I'm here to win?
Yes, that was like everyone else, and we were with the band. Like my band was dressed as dancers.
Mm-hmm.
That's like very funny actually. But we were having the time of our lives. Everyone was quite like focused and stuff, but I didn't really think we had a chance because they were like so big artists, and that's why we were just like having a laugh and having a ball.
Yeah.
And somehow I ended up here.
I feel like that's honestly, it's the right energy, because for this song, given it's a song about like kind of not caring too much and enjoying yourself and having a dance, like the kind of relaxed energy kind of suits it. And you know, and I can kind of feel that when we talk, is like you seem very calm even amidst all of this madness. Like you just kind of basically vibing with it.
I'm just chilling. I'm a chill guy. Doom 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 doom. If you know it,
That was good. Looking back there, have you ever seen the video "Cool Guy Has Chill Day"?
No.
I recommend you look it up. It's a cool guy having a chill day.
Oh, okay.
And some people may know that. It's an old one, but it's a good one. It was very, to be fair, it was very big on YouTube quite a long time ago. It may potentially be like 7-8 years ago now, which is, I don't know, long.
At that time, I was like really an iPad kid, like with YouTube and stuff. But I was watching like German streamers and YouTubers, so I wasn't like in the English.
Yeah, I remember the YouTubers of the 2010s. I mean, it depended really. I remember when sort of like Ray William Johnson and all of these were a big thing. And this was way back in the day, like Ryan Eager, Ray William Johnson, Smosh, like the first generation YouTubers was when I was like 13, 14,
Wow.
which I don't know, ages me. I'm still in my 20s. Let's move on because we do have a couple more minutes for some more questions. And let's talk about this, the concept of your costume. Because actually when we looked at it, you know, it reminded me a little bit of, you know, Lion from Lithuania, or the sort of the silver piece. And I was like, and so it had this kind of quite conceptual kind of high art feeling that Heat gives. What was the creative process behind that? And that's a question from Eternal Layla.
Eternal Layla. Well, we had these amazing stylists, Adi and Timo by Flair Talents, who were, they're just like lovely guys, but they are also like extremely creative and professional, and they have this whole concept behind the outfits. It's like this, we have, for the dancers, we have these eras of 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. They all have like their own era of dancing. And then we have like, if you've noticed, I actually have like a silver arm, and Sandra has a silver arm, and then when we put them together, like we complete each other. And that's like beautiful for our story, because Sandra and I, we're the dream team, we complete each other. And the rest, the six-pack was obviously not made from my belly. The trousers are, it's just like, it should be like club feeling, but also a little artsy. That's why this is custom made, actually, this breastplate. And we wanted to give it like just a modern cyberpunk K-pop feeling. That was the inspiration. Yeah.
Well, I think, if for us, I think it gives that vibe. I think in terms of the message and the vibe of the song, I can't think of something better to suit as like a host entry to kind of define the contest a little bit. And also, I think performing last in that sense is, I don't know, it just feels like it's very storybook, the whole thing. It feels like it's just come together so nicely.
Yes.
And I think we are also happy for you. I think that's a lot of the reason why so many of these people are so happy to see you here and so happy to see you in this competition.
Love you guys, thank you.
I'm very sad that we have run out of time, because there were many more questions and I'm sure we could have, talked far longer. I'll close on this one from Jammed System.
Yes.
What's your favourite dad joke?
Every time when someone asks me like a funny joke or a dad joke, I completely forget every joke that has ever existed.
Yeah, I also can't think of any now.
A dad joke. I forgot, but I'm actually really good at dad jokes, and that's why my friends always tell me like I'm such an old soul.
Well, I've been workshopping this joke, and my fiance doesn't think this is funny at all, and I haven't quite nailed it yet. I'm trying to work something out around the fact that ganz viel in German means very many, and ganz means goose. So I think there's some kind of joke you can make to do with ducks and goose, which is a pun on ganz viel versus ganz viel, but I haven't quite worked it out yet. So if you do come up with any suggestions on how I could work that into a wider bit, that would be appreciated. And if you can't think of any now, that is also just fine. This question has really stumped us, hasn't it? I can't think of a single dad joke.
I was thinking like something like feeling a guns, like I don't know.
Let's try a different one. Let's go with. Okay, I'm not going to ask this exact question, but as the host, a lot of your role is also to welcome all of the others. So rather than what's your Eurovision crush, which is Gail's question, I'm going to ask who are like some of the really great friends that you've made in this experience.
Well, I think this kind of like friend group has come together of Eva from Luxembourg, Jonas from Norway, and Søren from Denmark. We just vibed, and like at the pre-parties, and we just get along, and Eurovision is always also kind of this experience that ties people together a lot, because there's a lot of amazing things, but there's also like trauma bonding. It's just a crazy ride, and having people along on that ride is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and they feel seen by you and you feel seen by them.
Yes.
So I think that sort of point of friendship is going to be a beautiful place for us to wrap up. Thank you so much, Cosmo, for joining us. And I'm going to ask everyone in chat, and I'm going to ask you to keep your eye over here for a second, so you'll see how fast it moves when I say this. Please, everyone, say a big thank you to Cosmo for joining us. There's a slight delay, so in a moment it's about to go. And yes, we will see you on. You're performing in the second semi-final.
Second semi-final,
and
yes.
then, of course, for real on Friday and Saturday night.
Oh my god!
And there you go. There are all the people who've been watching along, and they really appreciate you being here, as do we. So I am going to be continuing. I'm going to be on until about 5. Because we've got the rehearsal this afternoon.
Wow.
But unfortunately, our time has come to a close. So we will say thank you very much, Dankeschön, and we will all be rooting for you. So a round of applause from the assembled guests for Cosmo.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I love you guys.
And we will see you again soon. I'll ask you to go around this side of the table where my team will lovingly receive you and offer you refreshments. I want to say thanks again to all of you for being here, and thanks again to Cosmo for joining us. Obviously, one of the really cool things about being here in Vienna and this experience is getting to, show more of the city, show more of the, talk to the artists and understand the motivations and the things that really make them tick. And I am really, really glad we had that opportunity with Cosmo. Now, in a minute, not just yet, but in a moment, there's going to be another guest. Firstly, I want to say a massive thank you to the whole team from ORF, who I am waving to, who helped make this happen. Shortly, I'm going to be joined by someone else, so I don't really know why I pushed the chair out. I'm going to pull it back again. I have to say, I've never had an artist openly call for fan fiction to be made of their colleagues on stream before, but this is huge new ground. We're used to breaking new ground on the ESC Gabe channel. That's what we do. So, sadly, I do have one small announcement to make, is that originally we announced that Alexandra Kapitinescu would be joining us at 2 p.m. today. Unfortunately, I've heard from Alexandra's team this afternoon. She is on vocal rest, she is unwell, and so therefore will not be joining us. They're doing everything they can to make sure that she's well in time for the show on Wednesday and Thursday. And I think all of us can agree that the first thing, if you need a rest, the first thing that has to go is interviews. You just need to take that time out and go and give yourself the time to recover. If we can, we'll sort something out later this week because of the schedule and because she's in the second semi-final. It's going to be really difficult. But at the very least, maybe we'll try and get a video message or something. I will let you know because I'd really love to, spend some time to talk. And luckily, I have a replacement guest, and that is Jiva the Diva. No, it's not. It's actually Jay. Jay, come on you come. Jay, why are you doing that?
Bussy? Hey guys. You call me Jiva the Diva, that's on you.
Well, that was the highlight of the turquoise carpet for me. Chat enjoyed that very much. Thank you so much, Ellen, by the way, for saying that was such an informative chat. Thanks for doing these streams with us. Love, I can finally catch one live from Australia, 9:35 p.m. We're going to be here all week, afternoon stream every single day. Just for you, Ellen. Thanks so much. Jay.
Hey, Gabe.
Hi, Jay.
Hi, Gabe.
How are you, Jay?
I'm feeling great.
We're
I
back.
have so much energy.
Yeah, because you've been here, 24 hours?
Yeah.
You flew in yesterday. We decided that Jay should not come on the stream yesterday because he was exhausted. And so we always planned for him to have a rest. But it was good to see you yesterday.
Yes.
I believe you have a very large suitcase and an Airbnb on the top floor with no lift.
Let me tell you, it's the worst. It's such a... why did they not tell me this before? I would have planned accordingly. Mm-hmm. But no, I decided to bring 20 kilograms of clothes.
Nice. You could have stayed here. The thing is, we have a spare bedroom in this Airbnb. He could have stayed here if he'd just spoken to us first.
I booked my accommodation in August.
You could have cancelled it. I get it, man. It's all right. You don't have
I
to
need
explain.
my own space. I'm sorry.
B says Java the Gaver. It just sounds like a really heavy like British accent, like Java the Dava.
Java the Dava.
Oh my gosh.
Oh honey.
Java the Dava.
Oh honey.
So I want you to know that the bussy clip has already been made.
Oh, lovely.
So you were here. We'll start actually from where we began with this stream. By the way, oh gosh, look at the rain. It's gorgeous. It's raining in Vienna right now. That's irrelevant. We'll start where we started the stream, which was with Cosmo, and you were here to see that.
Yes.
Were there any takeaways from you about him, about the song, about seeing him here, and how he feels about the whole experience?
Well, like, yeah,
Then which? Then what? Yes is not a valid answer.
It's really interesting, like the message of the song, because if you don't speak German,
you might miss it.
You like, I missed it the first time I heard the song, and I like I wrote it off at first, but like it has such a deeper meaning, but it's still really fun. So yeah, I love songs like that.
Flat's haunted again.
Like,
Don't know if you guys can hear that.
What is going on? Is someone like flushing the toilet?
We don't know, but the flat mysteriously gurgles sometimes, and we don't know why.
Maybe you need to burp the apartment.
Burp the apartment?
Yeah. It's okay.
What we're going to do, we have an extremely long time.
We do.
Because the rehearsal doesn't start until 3:30. It's currently 1:40. You're going to be heading off probably about 40 minutes to the press centre because Jay is going to be in the room with Cynthia. They're going to be feeding back to us information, and I'm going to be here sharing that with you. What that means is this stream is going to run until probably about 5:30. So there is 4 hours left. 4 hours that my internet has to not break the entire time.
Yeah.
I've got a backup system in place today.
Do you?
The Wi-Fi has mysteriously gotten faster, so we're using that. But I have 2 separate hotspots. So if it disconnects, I'll switch to a hotspot quickly enough that they'll see it lag for a moment, but it won't cut off completely.
Perfect.
So we've put plans in place. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a deeper look at semi-final 1. We're going to go through each of the songs in semi-final 1. One thing that people are mentioning in chat, there was a New York Times article that has come out today about Israel's influence in the contest. I am going to go through that in the time between Jay leaving and the show starting. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that. There's loads of really interesting things there. Declan, thank you so much for the 10 Australian dollars, says, love your plural work, praying for a good connection. Us too. Please let there be a good connection. I need to end the Q&A, by the way, for Cosmo, because Cosmo is not here. I will say, he seems so relaxed. He is having a great time. Like, you can tell. His energy is, gosh, it really is raining heavily out there. His energy is so calm and, happy and just, like, really, like, living in the moment of it all. Yeah,
like, he's enjoying himself. Mm-hmm. There's, like, pretty much no pressure on him. So he's free to just vibe. Yeah. And it's really nice to see, like, an artist that isn't stressed at all.
Speaking of vibe, they're going to be here later this week.
Yes.
And more on that in the coming days. So what we're going to do is going to, by the way, I'm not going to use it, but look, I've got this new scene I've made. So now, and look, and so it pops up down there. It's like, boop, there it is. Although it seems to remove the chat box entirely. Oh. Not necessarily a bad thing. I've seen the things they say in there. But this is the one we're looking for. We're going to go through them one by one, starting with Moldova, and we can play the rehearsal clips. I'm going to keep them here just to make it easier for everyone, so I don't have to constantly click through different tabs. And hopefully that extremely obnoxious YouTube overlay will disappear. There we go. So, I think this is the first time we've had chance to talk to you about these, Jay. How did you feel about the Moldova clip, firstly? The vocals are being fixed, so disregard those.
Yes. I think we did talk about these together.
Did we?
Yeah.
Talk about it again. How do you feel?
The shaky body cam, in my opinion, is like a tad bit too shaky. If they shake it like a little bit less, I think it would be perfect. Like, this staging is really fun. It's just like really hype. It's a really good first song. I mean, they're sailing through. Yeah. Right?
It was an obvious opener as well. It was the thing is, I remember when we were waiting for the running order to come out, we saw Moldova and instantly it was, just so obvious. Yeah. Orxa says, I was just reading that Jonas Love had to tone down his performance because it was too sexy.
I heard.
And yes, indeed. We talked about that a bit before. Maybe we'll have more time to talk about it later. It is really hammering it down. Jay, just for 1 second, could you go open those doors to the window for a second? I want everyone to hear just how heavy it's raining right now. Euro Twink, thanks so much for the 349. Can you hear that?
It sounds like frying chicken up there.
Yeah, they're frying chicken on the rooftops of Vienna. Euro Twink, I voted for Finland because that's my favourite. Okay, Jay, you can come back now. Yeah, I feel totally safe about Moldova. The big question mark has been over the Oops, the sound came on. I'm not allowed to do that.
Demonetized.
The shaky cam, how do you feel? The audience consensus was shaky cam good, make it slightly less shaky though. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm the same. It's just a tad bit too shaky. So it's kind of hard to like see everyone properly. Was that thunder?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? this makes me even sad that Alexandra Capitanescu isn't coming, because imagine interviewing Alexandra Capitanescu during a thunderstorm.
Yeah, like that.
the aura of that is next level. I think they should keep the shaky cam. There's been some questions about whether some elements of this, because the stage feels kind of empty behind them, about maybe whether they should change the angle or something. I'm not necessarily against that. I think it would be a fine thing to do. At the same time, I'm not sure they will. The thing is with second rehearsals is major shifts in camera angles don't happen all that much. It's only like small changes that we are likely to get. You're not worried though?
I'm not worried, no.
The question is then about the televote and how high it can go. Do you feel that this can challenge high up the board on that side at least? What do you think its ceiling is?
I honestly think it could be third. It could get like at least... No, not at least third. Like, I think its ceiling is third place in the televote.
Third place in the televote. I mean, that would be an amazing result, in my opinion. It's vocal rest for Alexandra. I think third would be a great result in the televote. I do think, and this is maybe my slightly more controversial take, that there's not it's not necessarily going to get panned by the jury. Like, I don't think it's going to go into three figures, but I think it could easily 50, 70, you know. We know it'll get 12 from Romania, for example. I am, by the way, still optimistic for the audience to sort of get on board with it, though. So top 10, I think, is a realistic but optimistic outcome for this at the moment. And things could, it could get better. I mean, you'll see it later today, and you'll be able to tell us who's hiding some surprises and things like this.
Yeah.
And then we'll all watch it together in the evening, which is really exciting. Finisher, thanks so much for the €10, says, thank you for all your hard work. Big thank you to your team for making these streams and interviews happen. AKA, thank you to my fiance. Also, special mention to Jay Bussey.
Oh.
I think you'll have to super chat a very significant amount of money before Jay Bussey makes an appearance on the stream. Finisher, thank you so much for the €10. Jammed System apologizes for creating an awkward moment with Cosmo by asking for dad jokes. That was fun. I enjoyed attempting and failing to craft a dad joke with Cosmo.
I enjoyed your struggle.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Let's go on to song 2 of this semi-final. And that is going to be Sweden. And so I'm going to press this little button so that people can see it. There we go. I would say that this clip has been met with disappointment, not only by fans, but by Felicia herself, who has said that she thinks in Swedish media that she's disappointed with, I think, the stage and the technical setup. I don't have the exact quotes available. I'm kind of inclined to agree. It doesn't look as good as it looked at Melfest. Obviously, they still have the pop out the screen, which is fine, but the screen is narrower and it doesn't look as good. What do you think?
Yeah, the Melfest performance did look a lot better. But, that's a testament to how good Melfest is. Usually their performances look better than the ones at Eurovision, take Hold Me Closer, Tattoo, I'd even argue Unforgettable looked better.
And that was
at
in
Belfast.
Sweden, yeah. I think
Yeah.
it suited the Stockholm stage, in my opinion, slightly better than the Malmo
Yeah.
one. I think in general, the problem is with having the best production in Europe, and I think this is the one thing that is inarguable. Doesn't matter what you think about Melfest, the Melfest production is the continental standard, and that includes the Eurovision Song Contest. You are going to occasionally get this where it's a bit like, oh, it's not quite as good, you know? And so, you know, that's it. Are people posting Bible verses now?
What?
Yes, indeed. Bible verses. I think they're saying that this thunderstorm is the sign of the end times.
Oh, like Doomsday?
Yeah. Finally.
Fine.
Yeah, no, Hold Me Closer, I think, is the real sort of clear example of this, where that dirty carpet she was on. And I just thought, oh my gosh, how is it like that?
And like some of you guys might know, like Hold Me Closer is one of my favorite songs of all time. Like not even just in Eurovision, of all time. And when I saw how it looked in Turin, I was like, oh, that's not.
Look how they massacred my girl.
Exactly.
Luke Lowe, thanks so much for the membership. He says, besides Bhutan's, which Eurovision Asia national final will we go to?
Philippines. Are you? Is that even a question?
If we can get there, we'll go to Philippines. Going to be tough, but we'll try. Let's go on to... What was that? This building is legitimately haunted. There's so many weird sounds that keep happening. And like the internet crashes and stuff. It's very freaky. Anyway.
Could that be Cynthia?
No, if she was knocking on the door, we'd know. Or she'd text us or something. Next song. Gosh, I love that. That's like the thunderstorm, the mysterious gurgling. That is Cynthia. Go get her.
Yep.
There was actually a banging at the door. Kind of terrifying, if you ask me. We'll wait until Che gets back. You want the internet browser a tiny bit to the left. I can't do that, but what I can do is just move the chat over there so it's out of the way for now. There we go. Pop that in there. How lovely. Was it Cynthia? Yes, it was. Thank God. We heard a distant banging at the door. This is like a sort of... it's the most killer stream of all time. I'm starting to get quite spooked. Maybe it's Jiva the Diva trying to break in. Says, Mama, an orbit behind you. Let's go to the next one, which is Croatia. And this was a clip that I found, it made a massive impression on me. I don't know about you.
I'm so excited to see
the cinematography of it, which obviously you'll sadly miss this afternoon because you're just going to see it. But you might be able to see the screens in the corner, so keep an eye out.
Screens in the corner, and if we sit behind one of like the visual technicians.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe.
These shots with the like, it is gorgeous. And I have to say, this is one of my big winners of the sort of rehearsal clip time. I think it really gave them some momentum. And we have this little moment, and you can see it at the end, where she starts running. What I want to know is, where is she running to? Suggestions the other day included she's left the off and on in Zagreb. But we suspect there is, in fact, some kind of staging plan idea that they have. Jay, what is your sort of current impression of this? Friends of ours are big fans of it. I'm liking it more than I did before. Where are you standing now?
I'm starting to like it a lot more. Like, I think this song came to life for me with the staging, because at Dora it was like very meh. But now, like, I feel like this is what they had in mind the whole time, and it's like really coming together now. I'm so excited to see this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that Dora, I mean, think about, for the last few years, the performance has always been kind of bad at Dora. Baby Lasagna, whose Eurovision performance was show-stopping, he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
At Dora, he kind of sounded a bit rubbish,
Yeah.
especially in the semi-final, between nerves and the worst production and everything else. So there is an obvious, improvement, in my opinion. And so the other thing is that one of their members was unwell. I believe she's better now, so just in time, because obviously today is the big day.
Yeah.
I think of these three, this is the one of these first three where, okay, today really matters. Did you guys hear that thunder, by the way? It's really loud. Because, honey, everyone's asking, can they have a Coke? They heard you opening the can. This needs jury points. I think it will be a tele qualifier, but like 9th or 10th. Mm-hmm. This could really run up the numbers in the jury, but we have to hear their best vocal performance this evening. I guess my question is, how confident are you in this at the moment? Having seen this, having seen their performances at pre-parties and so on, that they can deliver to the maximum. And what do you feel like their ceiling is?
I think...
You think?
Whoa. I think, okay, if they nail everything, I think this could get 6th to 10th. Mm-hmm. It'll be like, their ceiling is 6th.
I'm assuming that means you would see them higher than that in the jury as an absolute maximum. Because they're not going to get that high without finishing literally that high or higher with the jury.
Wait, what?
Well, I think they're going to do worse with the public than the jury. If they're going to finish 6th to 10th overall, that would mean they'd need to be 6th or better with the jury in order to do that. Are you still a little tired after your flight, Shay?
Tiny bit.
Well, you've got to keep it together because you're very busy tonight.
Yes.
You're going to be here for the jury show to watch the performances. Mm-hmm. You're then going to the arena to do the audience poll.
Yep.
So you're going to be leaving the stream at some point this evening. Yes, and then we're going to get the audience poll results live on stream afterwards. Just like we did last year, this will be the first place to see it. So it's a big day. It is a really big day. We are doing multiple streams. It's very, very exciting. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most heavily discussed rehearsal clips. And there's been people who think that who feel that the graphics are giving AI. But what I will say is I've deliberately avoided drawing a conclusion on this in order to, out of an abundance of caution, because I got burned when I got this wrong for Bzikaby, and it's not a mistake I want to make again. Someone asks, how long have we been live? The answer is an hour. Let's watch the clip as we get mysterious gurgles and rumbles in the background. The Eurovision gods are apparently frowning on us right now.
What is going on? Yeah,
there's so much rain and stuff. It's actually really quite spooky. First thing I'm going to say, vocally he was holding back. I don't think I'm going to worry about that yet. This opening shot, the stage feels very empty, but it is only the very start, and this, with the many Achilles's, I think is really, really cool. Jay, where is your mind at with this at the moment?
I still do think that this could potentially win the televote. It's just like, what else is he gonna do on stage? Because if it's just him,
it's a lot to fill.
Yeah.
The thing is that we have multiple props. We know there's multiple props because we saw a photo, and I might actually try to get it on screen. I'm gonna go to just us for a moment. And I'm going to go to Eurovision Media, there we go, to find they have an image bank on here somewhere, images. I want to get the rehearsal image for this to show you guys what we mean. We are looking for Greece. Achilles, and we'll scroll through until we find the appropriate one. Sorry for the fact that the quality is serious bin, but... There you go. So you can see that there is some kind of pedestal he's on, and the text on the back is one of the lines from the bridge. So clearly there is something that is being hidden from us. And clearly some movement that will be done because this is not on stage at the start of the performance. There is no 400 or 1200 in the URL right now, and besides, this is just for demonstration purposes. We'll continue. Apparently, I need to mute this whole tab to save myself from having to mute every single thing individually. But it doesn't give me... Oh, mute site. There we go. Boop. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, fire.
So what do you think?
Do you think they get tired of standing all the time?
No, they're clearly very balanced. Equal weight on each foot, good posture.
Good point.
Should we do the Asila shuffle while we're here?
What's that? Oh. Listen of the eyes.
No. In any case, obviously much has been said about the standing, but I actually think that this is kind of effective.
Do you?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done it.
Well, what would you have done, Jay?
Cartwheels, backflips, probably like not AI drag, like a, what's the word?
CGI?
CGI dragon, like whizzing around them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Would you have done your like karate moves that you keep doing?
Yeah, I would have done. I am the new Sergio Hyen.
Okay. Yeah, we had actual Sergio Hyen here yesterday, by the way. So make sure to go and watch the video that's on my channel after the stream later. Yeah, lots of CapCut effects. They should have called the Portuguese clearly. No, I'm going to disagree. I think it's simple. I think it's tender and soft. And everyone says I'm coping.
I think, you know what? I think you might be.
Was this how you felt last year with Deslocado?
Yeah, but I didn't cope. I was just like, oh, the staging is not it.
You were just dooming.
I was just dooming.
I don't know, guys. Should I keep coping or should I start dooming? What do we think?
Do a poll.
Okay. Right. So, poll. When it comes to Portugal, should Gabe be coping or dooming? There you go.
Oh dear.
The audience does not like this very much. Cooper says, this feels like a Christmas family talent show that your parents forced you and your 4 brothers to participate in. I kind of know what you mean.
Yeah.
I just think... I want it to...
Gabe.
I really want it to qualify.
Gabe, it's
It makes me think of my fiance. She's waving at us. Hi, honey, I love you.
the staging's really boring. I'm so sorry, bestie, but like...
There's only pain and suffering.
Yeah.
There is truly. All I do is suffer in this bleak, bleak world of ours. Which is, God, it's just the rain keeps getting heavier.
I brought a light jacket with me.
Yeah, you're gonna get very sweaty. At least you're only like you don't have to walk far.
Yeah, true.
So the poll is pretty clear that I should be actually interesting. YouTube strongly feels I should be dooming. Twitch feels I should be coping.
Twitch is hopecore.
Is it?
I don't know.
They're just, oh no, everyone's voting for dooming now. So they're like, absolutely not. So dooming is the overall, so people basically think this is cooked. They're not cooking, they are in fact cooked. Can you hear the rain?
It's... Oh
yeah,
my
it's being captured on the
God.
microphone now. Silent, be quiet for a moment. That sound you're hearing in the background is the rain. And this microphone is really good at removing background noise as well. So you think it's loud, wait till you imagine what we're hearing. I guess we have a storm coming. We're going to move on to Georgia.
Yeah.
The song is okay. I finished the whole thing. Why didn't you? You left me out on the edge there.
I don't know the whole dance.
Is it Bzova?
It's Bzova.
It's Bzova. It's so Bzova.
It's so Bzova.
We were never Bzak. We were only Bzova. I don't think it's Bzwalifying. And I don't like the staging.
Let's move on.
No, what do you think of it?
It's just a bit naff. It's just like I don't get it. Why are they doing that? It's too futuristic for my liking.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I'm pretty sure I've said before, like, I liked the music video. I liked the vibe of the music video. I feel like they should have kept something like that. And I don't know if they're going to have, like, other dancers on the stage, but it doesn't look like it.
No, I mean, this is my main problem, is that the stage is so empty. If you look at this, we'll look at Montenegro in a bit. The way that the camera angles have been chosen and so on for this compared to that, it's a whole different world.
Yeah.
You know, the outfits are wrong. They're giving Spy Kids. I know it's a nice little reference to the fact that, you know, Bazooka Bee means wasps, and you know, obviously they're junior Eurovision outfits, they're junior Eurovision staging, and I'll always love them for that. But this is starting to give me the Iru trajectory of where a clip was released, people were like, oh, you know, excited about the clip. Then the song comes and people are like, oh, well, I guess it's okay, but the clip was kind of the only thing that it had to it. And then we get here and everyone, and the staging's bad, and everyone's like, well, as I said, it's over.
It's over.
Do you think there is any chance that they can qualify?
I mean, if they do qualify, it will be 10th, and it would be like a tiebreaker. Like, they're gonna have to be really lucky, I think, unless they have like something crazy in the other, what is it, like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not sure they will. We've got a poll now. If you think it's Bzova, vote yes. If you don't, vote no. You've got a little bit more time to vote. You've got I'm going to give you 15 more seconds, so vote now. People are pointing out that the guy kind of looks like the British journalist Mehdi Hassan, and that's a reference that most of you will not get. But Google him later, and I guess I can kind of sort of see it a little bit. It's the hair.
Yeah,
they have the same hair, the same sort of very short, stubbly. Not quite bald thing. So, 85% of you on YouTube and 90% on Twitch say it's Bzova. They are, well, I guess they're not cooked, they're bzooked. And they are no longer bzooking. But one country that is bzooking is Finland. Don't you love doing these streams?
I have a week of this to get through.
You only just got here. You're tired and you've been doing this for 30 minutes.
Love that.
So, let's have a little look at this rehearsal clip, which told us very little, but I have to start, Jay, with the violin. Excited?
Yes, I'm so excited to see this. I'm excited to see Linda.
I'm really interested to hear. One of the things I'm most excited for in this coming rehearsal this afternoon, how the violin is going to sound live.
Yeah.
Because you guys will really feel that a lot more. You'll also be able to tell us, and I want you to keep an eye on things like camera positions for this one, and if they've changed how they've done it from UMK. We saw that a bunch of times. We're familiar with that, which means we should be able to notice it if there is a difference.
Yeah.
You and Cynthia are both in position to do that, just to see if things are going to be different. People are asking where Alexandra is. Just as a reminder, unfortunately, she had to cancel because she is on vocal rest, or should I say bzocal rest. Bzocal bzest. So we'll hopefully get to speak to her another time this week, but obviously her health has to come first, because the last thing I would want would be for her to go and do a day of interviews and then lose her voice on Wednesday. So she's fine, but it's sadly not going to be with us today. The other thing I wanted to ask about, Jay.
Yes.
They've made that shirt considerably lower cut, haven't they? What impact do you think this is going to have on the voting?
10 billion points.
10 billion points?
10 billion points from me alone.
10 petaparkillion points from... It's... I mean, he's a very handsome man, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
I think he's a very handsome man. In general, I just think, the mums are going to be all over this. I really think the mums are going to take one look at him, and he is going to... and it's going to pull in the points. What I will say is, though, and I keep saying this phrase, is that even though the indicators we have suggest a landslide, it's not passing the smell test yet. It doesn't feel like it for some reason. And a lot of people have said that. Where do you feel like we're at? Obviously, it might win. It's a contender to win. I don't think many people are disputing that. Certainly not people who are arguing in good faith.
Yeah.
How do you feel that it's a landslide? Do you feel that it's a maybe? Where are we at?
I'm going to be so real. Before I heard everyone's opinion at UMK, I didn't think this was going to landslide UMK either.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. How come?
So, because, I mean, I'm basing this off my music taste, right? I thought that Rakorenkipe could have challenged them. Who else? Yeah.
Antipalanen?
Yeah.
There we go. Could we have, honey, maybe you could bring Jay a Coke. I think that might be a good idea.
Do you want another one?
Yes,
Can I have one as well, please?
Wow.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I to be honest, I always expected this to win UMK comfortably. But again, like I say, maybe it's because I'm scarred, and I will admit that there is a bit of a counter effect for me because I was so pro Finland last year. Mm-hmm. I'm really worried that well, it's okay, honey, I can open it. That I'm doing the opposite thing this year, where I'm like, I can't see it winning. I'm too scarred by this. There you go, Jay.
Thank you.
And as a result, I am just scared. You got it, honey? There we go. Okay,
Oh, sorry, it's
you've
dripping.
dripped that on my... There we go. It's all part of the job.
Cheers.
To Eurovision week.
It's Eurovision week.
Yay. I will say, and I like I said, did you see that? That was full on lightning. Did you see that flash? The way we both immediately were like, whoa!
Okay. Sure.
Streams haunted.
Damn, someone's really spent a lot on their staging, haven't they? That was crazy.
Oh my word.
You guys heard that, right?
Yeah, they definitely will have heard that. Wow, okay. Streams haunted. The ghosts of Eurovision have arrived. And we are going to talk, what perfect timing. Someone says Luan's fart has been sighted in the air.
Oh no!
Oh dear. I see. Let's have a little look at, I almost said Zontenegro. But think about the Georgian clip and then look at this one when it comes to the camera angles and so on. How much less obvious it is that the stage is mostly empty. It just, in my opinion, this feels much more coherent as a result, and I feel more comfortable about this than Georgia as a result. Also, as I've been saying, she's scary and off-putting, which is all I wanted for this song, was for it to be scary and off-putting. Mm-hmm. How do you feel?
Like, camera angles do so much for a performance.
Mm-hmm.
This looks a million times better than Georgia, in my opinion. I've actually kind of grown to like the circle around her. Shush. I'm speaking.
Continue.
I'm kind of growing to like the outfit, because I saw somewhere where it was like, oh, she kind of looks like a cobra. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense. So it's starting to like click for me.
Yeah, the fashion choices I disagreed with at first, but now I look at it and I'm like, I get it. I totally get it. It works way better. And I don't know, she's framed quite nicely in this. I do want to say some big flowers for whoever did her makeup, because I think she looks stunning, and you really see it in the snarl she does, which we're about to see again. This one, this little, so good. And I'm really glad that the time has been taken to understand what was good about a Montesson performance and its limitations, and to develop from there, which has clearly happened. I love the and there's really not much I'd change. The thing is that if they were a different delegation, if it was, say, someone with, like, the Swedes who have tons of money,
Yeah.
I would say, okay, you can do, like, all kinds of gothic things, and props to someone with this if you really wanted to. For a delegation with less resources, I think they've done the right thing. They've maximized without making it insanely expensive in a way that wouldn't work for them.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, let's move on. Yeah, let's go.
Jay, has this left you feeling like? Do you feel epic?
Yes. This is getting 7th in the semi-final. I'm standing by it. I'm actually standing by it because there's always some random ass result that no one can explain. The
for sure.
slow-mo kick, yes.
Oh gosh,
Incredible.
It's so tacky. I love it.
It's incredible.
Like you know when it's something's awful and that makes it good. That's kind of where I am with this now.
This is gonna win. And then we're gonna be in Tallinn.
I mean, you know, I would love to be in Tallinn.
Yeah.
You know, I had this moment last year when the results were coming in, where I realised one of the only countries that could win, other than Israel, was Estonia. And for the briefest moment, amid all of the fear, and amid all of the, really, to be honest, kind of not really liking Tommy Cash very much, either the song or anything, the briefest moment, this window opened where I could see Eurovision in Tallinn, and that was so exciting. That would be like a dream for me.
One day.
B says too epic to be true. And Laura Sens says, contributing to another glass of wine for Cynthia, working hard behind the scenes. I promise you I will buy her another glass of wine. On you. Thank you so much. I also will say that I spoke to the delegation and about this, about the song and about the chances and everything. This was at the same garden party where I caused the international incident that we discussed yesterday.
Yes.
Obviously, we're familiar with each other. I show up in their country once every other week, pretty much.
Yeah.
And the delegation is aware of my promise to publicly apologize on this stream and I'm genuinely tempted, if they qualify, to try and get them to come on Wednesday and Thursday and do it literally to their faces and be like, hello, Vanilla Ninja. I have written this statement to apologize for my failure to believe in the power of the ninjas, which has now been proven conclusively. I think that could be really, really funny. I think it could be really, really funny. We'll have to see. I think there's a chance.
Yes.
I think there's a chance.
I think like I said, I think they're getting 7th.
Someone says, thank you, Lord Campy says, cheers from Germany. Have some Sachertorte. Actually, Cynthia really wanted Sachertorte on her birthday, and we haven't managed to get one yet.
What is that?
It's Sachertorte is a kind of cake. Chocolate cake.
Okay.
It's tasty. We'll get you one.
Yes, please.
From too epic to be true to too tacky to be true, we are going to look at this for 5 seconds and 5 seconds only. That prop is ugly as fuck. The outfits are terrible. That's all. Moving on. 2. Belgium.
Are we doing it?
So, Jay, what do you think of this song?
It's a bit flat, isn't it?
The song?
Everything about this, I think.
Well, I think her vocal performance is quite good. I disagree with the outfit choices. I'm confused by the lack of dancing. And I'm wondering whether there may have been some mistakes made at the early stage of this creative process that is now endangering the entire performance.
I do like the line appearing like that.
I agree. The line thing is cool. The problem is the line thing, you need to move along. The line thing is appearing sort of after 2 minutes of the performance.
Yeah.
This is the bridge which goes into a short chorus to finish. Obviously, much has been said about, I mean, when it comes to the restrictiveness, where is the little, there it is. About the
Someone
little
make that a
shimmy.
GIF.
You know, it was sort of like, I want to see that. I want to see this like in 144p with like a really low quality, like, you know, the shimmy, shimmy, ya, shimmy, ya,
Yes.
shimmy, ya.
Someone please do that.
144p of this video with that in really terrible quality.
And low frame rate.
Yes. 15 frames per second, please. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, enough people have fallen over themselves that I actually don't think it's over yet. I still think she's in with a chance.
You think?
If she smashes it tonight and gets 70 on the board, or 80 with the juries, which is not that unreasonable, in my opinion. 80 is far from an impossible score. Then things open up. Because if we look at this semi-final, we've got some more to talk about. So basically, I think enough people have left the door open that once I pull up the overall thing in a minute, there's definitely still a path. So, yeah, and we'll say, by the way, Charlie, that's a really good question on who should be prioritising their performance for tonight. We will talk about that in a minute. Belgium is definitely one of them. This doesn't have public appeal, in my opinion, to a great degree, but it can run up some scores with the with the jury vote.
Do you think? I think juries might find this quite generic, but then, like, the televote will probably like it more.
You think? How
Maybe.
come?
It's like a inoffensive pop song.
Yeah, but people don't pick up their phone for things that they hear in H&M. Like, it's there's nothing wrong with it. I've never disliked this song. In fact, I quite like it. It's also never going to be one of my favourites. And I don't think it's within many people's favourites. That can be a kiss of death. Sunday says, come back to Estonia soon. Thank you. Yes, we will. We have wedding venues to look at. So see you in summer. But yeah, I don't see where the public appeal is. Whereas if the juries get something very radio friendly, which is nicely produced, which is sung very well, that opens doors for it. And this is one of the countries that is in the running for that final spot. It's not going to be above 9th or 10th in the semi, probably. But who will see? Next. One that divides opinions between us two, I think.
Yep.
Solo quiero más. Now, it's weird. It's alienating. And I love it. I find it super compelling. I find him super interesting. I find the performance super distinctive and divisive, which is important. I don't think you agree with me.
2 silver for Jay. I don't think...
2 silver to be true.
I... Don't... Get it. I don't get it. And I don't think I ever will get it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just... There's more on the LEDs in the image bank, apparently, so I'll have a little look. Maybe these will change your mind, Jay. Lithuania. And so we'll scroll along because these are just the preview shots.
That's quite cool.
What's going on there? Okay, this one. One sec, I've got to change the 400 to 1200. Ka-chow. I mean, what's going on here?
It looks like... I don't know why. It looks like, you know, the masks they use for fencing?
I actually know what you mean. This is an odd photo. I don't...
This is my favourite shot of the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's framed quite cool. It's the graphic, I think, is in an odd position. Maybe people are saying that this is the ghost in the house.
Yeah.
Lion Seeker is the ghost of the gay house. He's the one who's been setting off the thunderstorms outside. Thanks so much, by the way, Ellen, who says Belgium. Did Belgium get dressed in the dark with 2 different length shoes and her jumper stuck on her shoulder? It's not ideal, is it? It is not ideal. Let's see if there's any other new photos here that will enlighten us. There was one that interested me that I want to find if we can. Let me see if they still have it in their album here. They don't, I don't think. There was one where it looked like he was holding the outfit almost in his hand.
Oh.
Because you can see it's collapsed there, but where are you? It's gone. It's actually gone. Petra says, it's giving the cube. Thank you very much for your donation. Yeah, I mean, I have more questions than answers. I guess we'll get the answers soon. This is one of the ones for you guys this afternoon that I'm most curious to see what you bring back to me, essentially.
Okay.
Like, I think this is one where you're going to need to be very descriptive because it feels like there's going to be a lot of things going on. And a lot of things that we're going to need to try and understand. And the thunderstorm has just started again, so if you hear more rumbling, that is why. It's quite a dramatic way to start Eurovision week. I'm quite enjoying it, actually. I love thunderstorms.
I do. I love thunderstorms too.
I just think the rumbling is so cool. We'll move on. People have voiced to us that the radiator jokes are getting a little old, so we'll put them on hold for now. This guy, flying back to London between rehearsals, is giving absolutely zero energy whatsoever. And say what you like about Senate, but she has always given 1,000% energy.
Yep.
He looks bored. They sung this song together at a party organised by the Sammarinese delegation, and there's videos of this on Twitter. He didn't sing his one line in time. And also because he'd been doubled on the backing track, you could hear the backing track doubling because it was a beat out of time from each other.
Well, that's not. I remember in Tom's video, he said Senate's kind of like his caretaker. That's the vibe. Like,
all right, Grandad, let's get you to bed.
Yes, exactly. And like I would know because I work in a care home. That's the vibe. That is actually the vibe. Like, it's just.
Back in my day, I had some hits. Okay, Grandpa.
Let's get you back to bed.
We're flying you back to London now. No, I just think that it's
just appalling.
I find it kind of difficult to watch in some ways because if it was just Senate doing this song, I'd be like, camp, silly, fun, Senate gives it some cool energy.
Yeah.
It's not going to qualify, but, it's nice to have her here.
Yeah.
I do think he makes it worse. He makes it kind of sad. Because until he shows up, she's just having some fun. She's doing a silly little bop on stage, and it's something that I think Eurovision fans would get on board with, and it would probably go on to, rotation. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Guys, that was the thunder.
It would go on to rotation, clubs and events and so on. Elsewhere, that jumped right out of me.
The way you looked so shocked after.
It just came flying out. This is Jupiter says, God bless Dan Shipton for trying his best with staging this disaster. This is the thing, by the way, is that they've thrown the kitchen sink at this because, I'm sure even Dan Shipton would tell you that getting Black Skull in is not is not an option that delegations on a tight budget necessarily will have. Like if you see what they're doing with Malta, for example, and Dan Shipton loves big props. This is maximalist, even by their standards. And I think, to be honest, the props and the staging and all the bright colours are the thing I like the most about it. Because it should be ridiculous and camp. So they've understood the assignment to a degree. I just think the actual performance itself it's so far short of what would be required that
It's so overstimulating. Like when this is on later, I'm gonna be like, I'm just gonna explode. Actually, I wouldn't know where to look.
By the way, we are going to have some. This is a side note, but later on there is a media briefing going on in the media centre at the moment. So the EBU is doing media briefings every day this week, and I'm going to go to most of them because most of them conveniently do not clash with streams.
Perfect.
So I'll be at those. We have friends in there now, so if there's any headlines, we'll be on it. Someone said Senate featuring Gabe. I mean, if she offered,
that would be amazing.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if it was me singing all the boys in the club sipping cheap champagne?
But like a bar out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just a beat. Here you are. Cynthia is saying you have to go and watch the Live show.
You tried.
Oh.
It's okay.
Should we talk about Poland quickly?
Yeah.
You have 2 more minutes.
Yes. Okay. They ate.
It's kind of a gag,
They
isn't
ate.
it?
They ate with this. I'm not even kidding. This is like one of my biggest surprises of the semi-final. I'm excited to see this.
Low-key, it works. And she sounds great. And it looks great.
I honestly think it might be better than Armenia's attempt at like the slanted stage in 2023.
What, with Brunette?
Yeah.
I think with Brunette, it felt like more of it was an aesthetic choice. This, it's a functional choice.
Yeah.
But it makes it, you can do some really interesting camera work with this. And I just think it works. And so, yeah, I think if I was Poland, I'd be really happy about this.
Yeah.
Like, it looks cool.
I can't believe they ate this hard. They had no reason to, but...
Yeah, Alicia, maybe that's another one I will owe an apology to. Honestly, the streams on Wednesday and Friday are going to be like the ESC Gabe apologizes to everyone.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Nero, who says, nothing can make me like Prey but respect to TVP. They didn't put any ridiculous visuals over the top.
Yeah, thank God. It didn't need it.
We have one more song, and I'm rushing just to get through all of them before we go, and then we're going to have a discussion and for the next hour while we're waiting for the show to start. The rain is pretty bad. We're going to have a discussion about some of the stuff that's been published today. Thankfully, ESC Discord have done some really great summaries.
Yes.
Basically, a big investigation was published in the New York Times today regarding Israel and Eurovision. So, Serbia. I love it. They've done exactly what I wanted them to do.
Yep.
It gives me AWS 2018.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I do love that song.
Can anything make you like this, though? Because I just think it's so not your thing.
I really like the staging.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not on board with the song. It's too heavy for me. Well, it's really weird because I do like Vishna Dya, but this is like totally not up my street. Maybe, I don't know. I actually have no idea. My mind is weird when it comes to this kind of
to be honest,
music.
you being like, I don't know, I'm not sure, is just about the best thing I've heard about you from about this song from you in quite some time. Because previously you were so like closed off to it. If it can open you up a little bit, I think that's a really good thing. I mean, you're going to see it in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
So I'm curious then when we come back on for the evening to see how you feel about it.
Yeah.
Also, seeing things live makes a difference.
Yes.
So you will feel differently in a few hours' time. And that is, of course, why you should all make sure that you tune in for the stream in the evening as well. Someone asked when it's going to start. We're going to start somewhere between 8 and half 8, I think. And speak a little bit about the semi-final again before it starts. And then I will be watching it. You won't be able to hear it, but I'll be watching it. And we will see how things pan out. For now, though, Jay, you are off to the arena in the pouring rain to tell us about the show alongside Cynthia. Good luck to you both. Sorry about the weather. I will be remaining here to talk about such cheery topics as the illegitimate influence of state power in the Eurovision Song Contest. So, enjoy the songs!
Thank you. Bye, guys.
See you in a bit, Jay. We will see you later. I am going to be here for that entire show, so you've got like 2.5 more hours with me. Now shoot.
Follow me on Instagram at JayIsOK. I'm going to say that every time I'm on the stream.
Danda, post his Instagram in chat. It'll make him happy.
Thanks, Danda.
And then I'm just going to push this one over here. Boop, 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 boop. Hello. So, now you're back to just me. And we have lots to talk about because things have been happening this week. They've been happening fast. There's loads going on. And it's just a bit of a... we were always going to have some of these problems. So I'm going to take this off screen for a moment while I get up the summary from ESC Discord. I am opening it up now. So I'm going to go through what has come out today. And then we are going to discuss it. And I'm going to talk about what it means for the contest and what we should be looking out for this week. People say the mic is too quiet. There we go. I've just knocked it up a notch for you. So, we have about an hour to discuss this, and I think that's good because this is something that requires a lot of discussion. It requires us to reflect on what is good for the contest in the future. So, here we are. The New York Times has investigated Israel's Eurovision campaign and the EBU's response. And they've listed some findings on screen here, which I'm going to read to you. In Malmö, the Israeli government spent more than $800,000 on Eurovision-related advertising. The EBU did not fully investigate 2025 voting data, reviewing only a top-line summary. Former EBU vice president, there's some lightning, Petr Dvorak, was hired to interview broadcasters as a consultant. Broadcasters only received a summary of his report. At a July broadcaster meeting in... Wow. At a July broadcaster meeting in Croatia, the EBU seemed to simultaneously acknowledge that online campaigns could garner votes, but deny that Israel's did. Germany and Estonia opposed excluding Israel, and Roland Weissmann, from who was the former Director General of ORF, the Austrian broadcaster, threatened to withdraw if Israel were disqualified. Norway and Portugal were evidently considering withdrawing if Israel stayed. In late September, the EBU's lawyers concluded that the EBU could have legally excluded Israel. A few weeks after later, after the vote to exclude Israel was cancelled, broadcasters were emailed and discouraged from speaking to journalists. The delay of the vote gave Israel's embassies time to contact at least 3 broadcasters and a foreign ministry in a 4th country. EBU President Delphine Ernotte-Kunci stated not directly voting on Israel's participation was the most democratic system possible, and Belgium's broadcaster VRT complained that the EBU was hiding behind guidelines rather than discussing human rights. So we're going to go through these things one at a time. So this data about the spending in Malmö was obtained by the Israeli media watchdog The Seventh Eye and provided to the New York Times. And the bulk of the money came from the foreign ministry. I will remind you that the first person and the first outlet to ever put their money where their mouth was and put a number on how much was spent was this very channel. This very channel. I published an estimate of how much money Israel had spent on this very channel. So I feel vindicated by the fact that these numbers seem broadly in line with what the estimates that we calculated were. Secondly, on the voting data, it sounds that this was a bit of a cop-out, and Martin Green has acknowledged this clearly, at least tacitly, here. Then the New York Times also spoke to the Petr Dvorak, who did that investigation. This I can back up because I was made aware at the time that this was what was happening. A lot of the trouble with this, there's lots of things we know or are aware of behind the scenes that we struggle to say publicly because you have to have things confirmed by multiple sources to ensure that everyone is anonymous. We'll continue through the findings. This was the 2 presentations. This I did not know until this morning. The EBU simultaneously, they gave a presentation claiming that Israel had not affected the outcome last year. No detailed data was offered. The second, it's almost comedic, this. The second presentation coached broadcasters on using social media to secure more votes. I mean, this is unfortunate. I mean, I have to say, I'm perplexed. So how do you do these 2 things at the same time? There we go. Unfortunate. Sometimes you don't need to offer commentary. You can simply present the information and all of you will draw the same conclusion. Then we have this one. So this was about some of the intrigue around who wanted them to stay, who wanted them to go. What's really interesting here is that Roland Weissmann, the ORF chief, who you may remember went to Israel to meet with the Israeli president while all this stuff was ongoing, openly floated the idea internally of withdrawing from the contest if Israel was excluded. So this was the kind of stakes we were operating at. Had Israel been excluded, I might not have ended up talking to you in Vienna right now. It might have been they would have had to do some kind of backup plan. He then later got fired. He was sacked amid allegations of sexual impropriety. Best not to comment, I think, on those kinds of things. As we said before, the EBU's lawyers have concluded that the organisers could exclude Israel if they chose to. This has always been something that we have argued because that's what they did with Russia. Again, and I think this is disappointing and surprising as we get so much thunder and lightning right now. The communications team of the EBU discouraged broadcasters from speaking to journalists about this. I think this, again, all of this probably doesn't surprise you very much because it's consistent with the pattern of how the EBU has previously dealt with this issue. We're going to come on to why I think there's maybe a shift this week through what we saw with the advertising campaigns and their response to this. But I sense that this is maybe changing slightly. But this has very much been the way, as we've criticised all along, the way that they have treated this issue. This, in my opinion, is big. This is one of the main revelations, is that Israel mobilized its embassies and its foreign ministry directly. And one thing that's not in this little set of excerpts, but for fun, you may be interested to know, Iceland was one of those countries. The Icelanders wrote back to the Israelis and said, we do not understand at all why your embassy is getting involved in this. Completely shut them down. So good on you, Iceland. Again, all of this is just evidence of the kinds of interference that illustrate very clearly what we've been saying all along about how Israel views this contest and the way in which they wish to abuse it and misuse it. And I think it is an ever wider, more widely held perception within the Eurovision bubble that is the case. Without going into details, it feels to me very clear this year that everyone is very attuned to this. Everyone is watching it like hawks, and that is why things happen so quick with the ads when they started potentially being run the other day. Finally, and this is really quite laughable in my opinion, the president of the EBU said that the arrangement being, tying the Israel vote to the rule changes, she said, according to the minutes of that meeting, that this was the most democratic solution possible. Going to choose my words carefully. I'm just going to check, by the way. I'm going to message some friends while I gather my thoughts on this specific statement to see if anything came out of that press briefing we should know about. So give me a moment. There we go. This to me illustrates something that I've been increasingly drawing a conclusion on. And I'm going to go full screen again because this might be a bit of a monologue. It's becoming increasingly clear to me that, and I actually wrote, bizarrely, a piece for a newspaper in Greece about this, which I'll share on my Discord or something, that the interests of the contest and the interests of the EBU have become so distant and so separate to each other that the only sustainable thing, in my opinion, would be for the EBU to spin the contest off to an arm's-length organisation that then had autonomous control, so the EBU could then say, this isn't our problem, and it's in the hands of the contest. It's blatantly obvious to me, and to everyone else with any knowledge of this, right, what the problem is. What is causing the current issues? What is causing this attention? To be honest, I'm increasingly of the opinion that everyone is seeing the same things here. We have a lot of Eurovision fans who work with delegations, who work in the contest team, and all these different things. surely, the most logical thing is that a lot of this is as plainly obvious there as it is elsewhere. And it backs up our theory. We've been talking about this for more than 2 years now about geopolitics. The broadcasters are bound to the geopolitics of the states that control their funding. Therefore, so is the EBU. You have this kind of cascading set of accountabilities there that ultimately all lead back to national governments. So, how do you get around that? And how do you insulate the contest from those things in future? In my opinion, you have to pull it apart from that dynamic in some way. This is why Eurovision Asia is very interesting, because it may give us an indication of how it looks. And I will say, there's another bit of news today. This one's going to make you laugh. If we go on the ESC Discord profile, Ynet, which is an Israeli source, usually quite reliable, suggests that the EBU has discussed moving Israel to Eurovision Asia. I'll put it on screen. There we go. And the proposal has already met opposition from broadcasters that have confirmed their participation. Let me tell you, take, for example, the broadcasters of Bangladesh and Malaysia, countries which do not even allow Israeli citizens to enter. If you ask them, can we have Israel in our competition? I am absolutely certain that response will have been, absolutely fucking not. This one, it's not happening. It's never going to happen. This is also interesting that they say here that broadcasters competing in Eurovision in Europe can't participate in Eurovision Asia. That could have interesting implications elsewhere too. Peanut Trolls has pointed out an important other thing in this article. The government spending began in 2018. People haven't been talking about it because it corresponds with their first win. So this is interesting. With 2018, I remember 2018 well, and to be honest, I'll be quite open about it. In 2018, I liked that song a lot, and it was one of the songs I wanted to win. Needless to say, my politics and my political positions were very different then to where I am now, and hopefully that is very clear from the output of this channel. But I think we should remember that there was a very while that stuff was happening, it wasn't happening on the same scale, as far as we know, as it was happening now. And if you look at the voting results from that year, they don't have the same suspicious patterns that we have in the last couple of years. So 2018 is difficult. Also, we don't have all of this contemporary evidence. The reason why, in my opinion, we've been able to talk about it so much in the last 2 years is all of us have been attuned to it, right? And it's a sort of there's this sort of crowdsourced model where between all of us, we can make sure we pick up on all the signs and all the different things happening. And that has happened to a great degree. Netta did very, very well with the jury that year too, in 2018. So it's difficult to say. Neuro says, I was too mall-pilled to care about Toy. Yeah, I love Mal as well. Brilliant song. There's more things here, and this, in my opinion, is one of the big firecracker moments from the New York Times article. This is the Spanish popular vote in the contest last year. For the first time ever, percentages and numbers in black and white. We did some estimates about this, which I will compare to later. Have you ever seen something more blatant than this? This is extraordinary. There is no world in which this is a free and fair vote, free from manipulation. With that number of votes, you would not require things like bots. You simply require a small number of people with who are extremely committed. The New York Times, for rights reasons, I'm just going to show the title rather than scrolling down to the full article. You could do it with a few hundred voters. This is the problem Eurovision has to solve. And that's really tough. We don't really have any substantive response from the EBU since this was published today. I get the impression that it came up in the press conference, but we don't really have anything new to bring you. But I also want to point out, people have been very disparaging about Ukraine's televotes in recent years. This result shows that the solidarity with Ukraine is well within the bounds of what Eurovision is able to adapt to, firstly. Secondly, it shows that any one of these songs, that could have, with a good, performance or whatever, would have been able to fairly get 12 points on merit. Ukraine, and also you see the diaspora, for example, with Poland, does not deny countries the opportunity to score 12 on merit. Israel denies people that opportunity. This is the kind of thing where you go beyond coincidence into this is a statistical impossibility. And quite frankly, I find it hilarious that there are people who look at this and go, oh, wow, everyone just loves Israel so much, instead of looking at the very obvious and clear truth of the matter here. And I have to say, I cannot imagine, if you get results like this coming in this year, I think the EBU, the correct thing to do would be to turn around and say, we have results which are statistically impossible, and therefore we have to disregard the statistically impossible parts of it. If results like this are received this year, then Israel should receive 0 from the countries in question. And I would say the same if any country was delivering results like this. If you have results where, because you can model how likely these things are, if you receive a result that is outside of the 99.999% range of possibility, as this objectively is, then it is the right and responsible thing to, on the night, not say anything and just let the results proceed, but with it removed, issue a statement afterwards saying, we received results that are improbable to impossible based on our models, and therefore our systems have disallowed what we consider to be the illegitimate voting. Why do I think this, and why do I have at least a little hope? In past years, the statements we saw were dismissive, including, I'm going to scroll further down because ESC Discord is such a good source. They have everything laid out in a really accessible way. They have, in past years, not been, in fact, I posted the statement. Let me find the statement. Not been this harsh. The wording of this statement compared to the statements we've had before, and the fact that an official written warning was done straight away, I think does indicate that this is being viewed differently. I still feel like, we're sort of essentially checking that the window fittings look nice when the house is on fire. But this is an indication. It's that, yes, you should Sunday. It is a trustworthy source. This, in my opinion, is a shot across the bows from the EBU to the Israelis saying this is not going to be tolerated this year. That's what I want to believe. That's what I hope. Europunzel says, do you think Espresso Macchiato was robbed of its televote victory due to Israeli shenanigans? Yes. Tommy Cash said that immediately after the show. He said, I think a little bit, I wish we could have got 2 more points. And a little bit of politics came in there, unfortunately. Everyone knows it. Everybody knows it. And I think you could feel aggrieved if you were the Latvians as well, who were denied a semi-final victory by the same thing. So what I really hope this means, and it's up to the EBU to prove this to us this week, that language like this and punchiness of this, which was an internal email sent to heads of delegation, will indicate a wider lack of tolerance for this kind of behavior and this kind of manipulation in the voting. You know how much respect I think so many people would regain for the EBU if, after the final, we got a statement like that, where, when they looked at blatantly manipulated results and statistically impossible results, like the one we just saw, which has now mysteriously disappeared, there we are, where we got that statement that said, we detected things that were probabilistically impossible, and therefore we have taken action to safeguard the integrity of the televote. How much trust that would build back if they did that. I still 100% think, because I feel it too as well as you guys, there are absolutely things that the EBU could redo. In this week where we know Israel will not be suddenly banned unless they break a rule, right? There are things that the EBU could do to restore trust. That's my challenge to them. No matter how much, sort of people in this chat and elsewhere in the fandom have felt like they do no longer trust the direction of the organization, you can still do things this week to rebuild that. Will it happen? I will say I'm not optimistic. Been disappointed too many times to believe it, says Stephen. Yeah. But that is what they have to do. That's the kind of dramatic action that has to be taken to rebuild trust. I hope they realize that. Mayonnaise says, thanks for the company while I'm at work. I will say, this is one fun thing about the streams this week, is that we get to I quite enjoy being people's at work podcast. I hope I make you either more or less productive, depending on what you're looking for. And yeah, let's see. Uzbek Spy in chat says, I think Violin Gate has caused more distrust. I want to make something clear about this. Because the EBU did address this actually at the opening ceremony. Nobody else, no other broadcaster other than the Finns requested to play live. Nobody. My opinion is very much the Finns asked, and it is allowed in the rules. If you read the rules, they have stayed within them here. Nobody else asked. Would Veronica or Eva Maria have been allowed to play? Who knows? We do not know that because the broadcasters didn't ask. And I feel like it was unfortunate that, there was the interview with Eva Maria where she said, well, I was told no. Presumably what this means is she was told no by the broadcaster. The broadcaster never asked the EBU. So I think you can't really blame the EBU for this. If they had said no to others and said yes to Finland, I agree, yes, it would be different. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that. So, that is what that is. The other thing that interests me about this, by the way, is that the influence that this kind of conversation in Eurovision Week has on the jury vote. I think the perception of unfairness motivates everyone in different ways. I do think if I was a juror, jurors they're human beings, they're not isolated totally from the outside world. On some subconscious level, even if you're making an effort to view everything impartially, if you know on some subconscious level that there's a country that's cheating, it's going to be in the back of your head and it's going to affect your perception of their performance, whether you are consciously allowing it to or not. That's just basic human psychology. Basic human psychology. Watermelon says, trust me, Israel is going to tank with this Kia-ass doo-doo staging. That's quite something. Did Portugal ask to play live, says Punzer David? No. No other delegation, no other artist asked, other than Linda Lampenius and the Finns. Talking about trust, this is an interesting question from Nunurs. Talking about trust, is it normal for the EBU to ask certain delegations if their country can host next year? Greeks say they were asked and that this indicates that they are winning. So, actually, this is a really interesting question, but it's fairly common. And so we've already seen from several countries that plans are being put in place. This is normal because the 12-month turnaround to get the contest on the road is really tight for an event of this scale. So they do make plans early based on what they feel are the most likely outcomes. That's not affecting the result. It's simply meaning that if, you're covered for, say, 90% of what you think the outcomes could be. In the EBU's position, I would be doing the same because I would be saying, okay, there's a 90% chance, according to all of the signs that we're seeing in the world, that one of these 5 or 6 countries is going to win. We should maybe indicate to them now what they will need to be prepared in service of making the next edition better. I think, in my opinion, that feels like a fair thing to do. We know this happened before, for example, with the Finns in 2023, was one such example. We'll have to see. Thinker2273, thank you so much for the 100 Swedish crowns, says, Gabe, I just want you to know that you and these streams make Eurovision Week such a fun and special experience. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, because they're special because all of you. I love having these conversations with you guys. You know, at the core of it, in this week, I am an excited fan like all of you, and if I can help guide and inform this discussion in a way that's fun and interesting for you, then that makes me really happy. I'm really glad to be in a position to do that. For those of you who aren't aware, in half an hour, the rehearsal that the press has access to is going to start. I'm going to be getting live updates from the wonderful Cynthia and Jay. And I'm just going to text them now to let me know when I'm in. Tao, I'm going to answer your question in a moment. So let me just type, let me know when you guys are in the arena and all set. Exclamation point. So I appreciate you all very, very much. So much love to all of you. As for your question, Tao, I think it's a quite simple answer. The BBC knows, as all delegations do, because there's precedent on this, if you didn't broadcast a performance, you'd be removed from the event. This is what happened to the Chinese broadcaster, actually, in 2018. It's a little known example, but it happened. The Chinese broadcaster Mango TV cut out the Irish performance and censored some tattoos in the Albanian performance. The EBU revoked their right to broadcast the contest the following morning. So it's absolutely clear you could never do that. Charlie Mann says, did they specify on the application that wasn't completed by participants like Veronica, who was told that she didn't complete the request properly? Some of it is unclear, but all we can go off is what we have been told, and they were pretty unequivocal about this. No request was received other than the one made by the Finns. There is video of this. I might actually try and find it for you now. I think the Eurotrip podcast posted it. So if I quickly take this off stream for a moment, there we go. Just search Eurotrip podcast. If you're looking for a new Eurovision podcast to listen to, the Eurotrip are a great bunch of guys. Here we are. So I'm going to play you this clip now. It's about 30 seconds long. This is the clip I'm referring to.
Fundamentally affect anybody's song.
A couple of other artists have been talking about maybe playing instruments live. We had Eva Maria, who plays the violin from Luxembourg, and Veronica Fasaro playing the guitar live from Switzerland. Did those broadcasters make an official request to do so?
No, they didn't.
So that's the simple reason why they're not playing them live?
Yeah.
So in the eyes of the EBU, it's black and white. If we get a chance to speak to Veronica or even Maria this week about this, 100% we can ask them about it. It might be that their interpretation is different. Because there have been times in the past where this kind of thing has happened, where we've had differences of opinion in what was agreed between the EBU and delegations. One such very controversial such example was the agreement on filming that the Dutch broadcaster claimed they had with the EBU in 2024. The EBU claimed no such agreement existed. So we'll have to see. Error Raffaline, I sent you the low-res Belgium edit on your Discord. From experience, this is the bizarre thing. So today we're streaming using the Wi-Fi in the Airbnb, which has decided to work now, which is nice. Every time I open Discord, it immediately crashes. So I'm not opening Discord under any circumstances. We are being very, very careful here. Something just went beep boop. I don't know what, but something went beep boop. Did you hear that? I hope everything's still working. So, Jay and Cynthia, I'm proud to report, are in the room. They have a side view of the stage, so hopefully they are going to get a good look at everything. I do have some, I've been hearing from people, obviously there are members in the delegation bubble. We should say as well, by the way, that I meant to speak on the Spanish experience earlier and I forgot to say it. We would be naive to think that that was unique, that voting result. We saw the Italian leak, for example, in 2024. There will be many, many others. The Blahaj, by the way, does not have a name yet. Shall we bring him over? He's wearing the not for sale pink insufficient reach hat. What name should we give this guy? It's up to you guys. I haven't decided yet. He's very cute. He's very cuddly. We bought him from IKEA here in what do you call it? You know what I mean. Vienna. So the names I've seen so far, someone says he should be named John Pol or John Blahai. We've heard Janice, Bzlahai. We might have to run a big poll on this later, but 4 options isn't enough, so I might actually have to set up like a Google poll. Charcodra Electronique, Fergal, Bzark Bus, Flow Rider. People quite like John Pol and John Blahaj. Jiva, Loco Sharpbox, Jay Bussy, Bzanis, Jusila, Gark. There's a lot of options here. John Bzikaby. Look, Mum, no water. You have a lot of options for this guy. I'm not so sure yet. I'll tell you what, these are some great options. I'm going to take some of my favorites. We'll do a poll in between the 2 streams today, and then tonight we'll decide, all right? We'll announce the results later on. That poll, though, is going to be posted on my Discord server. So you must be a member of the Discord server to vote, and that is all the more reason to go and click that link in the description now. Yeah, that's how I feel about that. So make sure you get in there straight away. Error Raffaline, I'll try and check it out later. I'll probably show it on the stream this evening. So, as for what's next, we have about 25 minutes to go. We do actually have the comment that Martin Green made on the New York Times article. I don't have a clear source for this, but someone has posted the clip on Twitter. So if anyone recognizes where this clip is from, let me know. So let's have a little look. This is Martin Green just before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say. I had a quick read. A lot of it is a rehash of what we've been seeing over the past few years. It seems to be a whole article about who did not win the Eurovision Song Contest. So just because I enjoy saying this every time, JJ won the Eurovision Song Contest last year fairly and squarely. I don't really have much to say about it.
Doesn't fill me with joy and optimism. I appreciate he's not going to come out and say he's under certain restrictions. It's not like he can come out and say, well, actually, you know, fuck Israel, and I've just personally thrown them out the contest. But I feel that we need a little more. Would it kill them to be a little more sensitive about how fans feel seeing this happen? I think that's the key thing that's been frustrating me over the past couple of years. I was reflecting on this earlier today, because actually there's an article that's being done about the fan community. Do you guys remember how good the relationship was between fans and the EBU in 2020 after the contest was cancelled and we had the Eurovision Again series? And it really felt like the EBU was going out of their way to secure rights from broadcasters to show old contests and stuff. We've seen what can happen when the EBU and fans have a relationship that's operating in good faith. For that relationship to exist again, fans have to feel that the EBU is operating in good faith. How many of you could honestly say that you do right now? And I don't mean this to be, you know, aggressive or to shit on anyone or anything. I just think it's an honest, straightforward assessment of the situation that the fans right now don't trust the organizers. You know, I think certainly Rapunzel, yeah, it's not cheating if you don't win. But that's not a line you want to encourage. The defensiveness doesn't help. And like, what I will try and do here is I try and look at it now, because I think there's only so many times I need to restate like my opinion, which are very strongly held. And I think you guys know that, right? And you guys have seen my videos on this subject. So my first instinct now when I talk about this stuff is to say, okay, what's the motivation? Realistically, what are people going to be thinking? What can I infer based on my sort of general knowledge being in the bubble here at the contest? And it just frustrates me, because I don't feel it needs to be like this. A little more honesty, a little more clear-eyedness about the situation, I think would make a massive benefit, because the chat is full of people right now who say they don't trust the EBU at all. And what a sad thing that is. someone's asking, it's a separate question, about what time the evening stream is going to be for Americans. 3 p.m. on the East Coast is what you're looking at. I'm going to set it up when the stream is finished, so you'll see it appear online. And so, yeah, I just think it's sad because you can't realistically continue in this vein for a long period of time. We can't do another 5 years of this conversation, right? I'm not sure we can even make it through another one. The contest will survive 2026. In my opinion, there's no circumstance in which Israel will win this competition this week. All that does is give us another stay of execution, another chance to make the right decisions and to fix it. And I think a lot of delegations will walk away from the contest this year and say, this experience is being severely compromised now. You know, we have to keep making this argument because come next year, we still have the opportunity to change things in various ways. And these range from the worst option, which is maybe advertising rules are tightened up, more voting safeguards are added, you know, to essentially block off a lot of these routes. But Israel is still in, which is the worst option, in my opinion. Anything less than that is unacceptable. 2, the best option, which is reaching a point this year where people do say, this is not healthy for the contest. It's not good for the contest for Israel to be in and for us to reach a point that the EBU's lawyers have told them that they can get to, which is we no longer, you know, that this is bringing the contest into disrepute. I mean, that says everything. There was a poll on Twitch right now where 2% of people trust the EBU. That's, you know, like, I want to give individuals who I know and who we come across in our work while we're here, who I know are operating in good faith because they do exist within the EBU. I want to give those individuals every chance to demonstrate to fans that they're operating in good faith. But clearly the decisions that are being made at the top at the moment, yeah, I'm just frustrated. By the way, the Polish outlet, Let's Talk About ESC, which is Szymon Stelmachik, a good friend of mine. Thank you so much, Enarin, for the super chat and for letting us know this. Confirmed that Luxembourg's broadcaster never asked for live violin on the previous conversation. We have to keep having these conversations because this is the kind of thing that won't happen on a national broadcaster for political reasons. It's the kind of thing that the contest is constricted from. And therefore, I think there are very good reasons. Even though we're accredited now, I'm glad we're sitting here outside the press centre, somewhere in a space that ultimately, and this is why I'm really happy we're doing these streams here, you know, and I know that here on this stream in this room, I set the rules, I set the standards. I am the only one who decides what gets said in these four walls. And that means we can have these discussions honestly. And that is the one thing that under no circumstances will ever change. I think what I learned from last year is, number one, we can do our work without accreditation if we need to. That's the first thing. The second thing is having this space outside. I think it makes, hopefully, you guys feel like you have a safe space. And also, like, you can hopefully trust me to have this discussion in an honest way. And I think that's really important because light is the best disinfectant. And I think the reason why all of us have come so far in terms of discussing this issue, being educated on it, understanding it, and being able to talk to others about it is because we have these spaces to talk to each other. I will try and keep on bringing you every bit of new information, like we saw today, in a way that allows us to review it and in a way that allows us to assess its veracity and its relevance, and in a way that then informs us about the future. Charlie asks, just to recall, what prevented the vote in conclusion for Israel's elimination from the contest at the General Assembly? The EBU's top brass, the president, personally tried to explain this at the meeting, tied it to a vote on the new rules around advertising and so on. You had to reject the new rules and leave this gaping open hole that everyone knew was there in order to even get a vote. So in that situation, broadcasters were essentially held to ransom. Christopher Wood, thank you so much for the super chat, says, thank you for continuing to cover the situation with honesty. My patience as a fan has never been tested more. Thanks for helping me keep the faith. I will say as well, it's interesting. There's a group of people that I do see on these streams who come to the streams but aren't planning to watch the contest this year. And I think What I will say, and people have asked me my positions on a boycott, and occasionally I get questions from people saying, I thought you were boycotting, why aren't you? And I'm happy to answer both those questions. Firstly, in terms of what my take is on people who boycott, I completely understand. And if I was just a fan, I think I'd be seriously considering the same, because I am so angry and frustrated and upset at what has happened, right? The second question is, why am I doing what I'm doing? Is twofold in its answer. And I've talked about this a bit before, but now we're in Eurovision week and there's more of you here. I think it's a good moment to revisit again while we have the time. The number one thing is, firstly, the ethical and moral argument. I am in a fortunate position where I have a platform to have conversations like this. In my opinion, I will make more of an effect on this issue by being here with you guys and having these conversations, and also simultaneously, showing reasons why Eurovision is important and why we need to keep it going, and bringing artists in and still preserving that joy and the reasons why Eurovision should exist, than if I walked away and did none of those things. I think my impact is more profound in that way. And for myself, I then think that is the most ethical approach. Thanks so much, Pocket Monster, by the way. You've just got some Loco Boombox. I think I'm going to mute that for now, if that's all right, for future notifications. Says, thank you for your great work. I really appreciate that. The second thing is, of course, and for me, this is more of it's important to declare your interests as well. Obviously, this is my job, right? And so I financially benefit from doing these streams and so on. That's not the most, like I said, I think I have a clear moral and ethical argument while I'm doing this. But I think out of respect for you guys, I have to declare that every time we talk about this, because it's a relevant factor to my decision making, whether subconsciously or consciously, and it would be dishonest of me not to say it. So I'm obviously going to say that as well, that is necessarily part of my thinking. In terms of, the other thing that's tough in terms of boycotting and so on, because Eurovision's funding model is essentially not relevant to the number of people that watch it unless it precipitously falls in a way we haven't seen before. Boycotting falls into this interesting place where I feel it's a personal choice you have to make, and where the economic argument doesn't really shift on it much. What does matter more is the wider controversy and covering it, because the wider controversy, talking about it as we do, keeping it in the media, has an impact on the brand, on the kinds of sponsors that are associated with so on. That changes the calculus. So talking about it actively is really important in that respect. Ingvild, thank you so much. Who says, thank you. You are the only reason I engage at all. I feel uncomfortable sometimes, but I truly trust you. Thank you. And I really hope, it's important to me that I try and maintain a place of being a trustworthy source for you guys, and of coming from a place of feeling like when you hear me speak, I mean it, even if you don't always agree. So we will keep talking about this. It is simply too important to ignore. It's crazy for me, by the way. We've already been up on stream today for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and soon we're going to be getting into that show in about 15. I will continue to talk about all of these things, and let's talk about it more later when Israel is, of course, on stage. I will say as well, the thing is, and I've been reflecting on this a lot recently, as you guys know, I'm going to be a bit vulnerable here, so please bear with me on this, because this is a difficult thing to talk about. As a Jewish person, definitely as I grew up, I grew up not in a very Jewish area. Most of my friends weren't Jewish and so on, but I went to synagogue regularly. And I think in a certain way, I'll give you the insight that as a Jewish young person, Israel's existence in your life is kind of a taken for granted thing. It always just kind of sits there. You don't think about it. It's just there. It's just an accepted part of life. And in turn as well, because of the size of the Jewish community in so many places, a lot of the different elements that go into aspects of Judaism kind of interweave. The Jewish youth group that I was involved in, for example, when I was a kid, was the only one that existed in my city. And so it was a catch-all, essentially, of every political persuasion, every sort of denomination of Judaism. Everything flowed into this one club. And even then, we had maybe 10 people. Additionally, I have to say that, and I talked, for example, before about the fact that I was rooting for Israel at the contest in 2018. It was something I never really questioned all that much. It sat in my mind. It was easy for it to just be there and for me to just kind of put the blinkers on and pretend that everything happening in the real world wasn't happening, right? In a weird way, talking about it in the context of the contest has almost given me some of the tools I needed to reevaluate this. I mean, obviously the best thing is to be right the first time, right? The second best time is to be right now. And even though, I faced, the social pressure that came with it was really scary. I remember how anxious I was the first time I posted a video about this, not because of my fear of the response of the audience, but because of the fear of the response from some parts of my community. I was really lucky to have some amazing, I have some amazing Jewish friends who've been going through a lot of this journey with me and who have been in a lot of the same boats, which has helped embolden me. But honestly, I don't think I would have found a way and found my voice on this issue without being able to talk about it in this context. I know it sounds like silly because it's just a song contest, right? But by by thinking about this in something that I'm so engrossed in, and it has helped me process things and find bravery, and all of you and your feedback has helped me do that as well. This is not about me. It's about things that are far more important than me or what's happening in the arena or anything else. But it has formed a part of a kind of a journey for me that I think is important to talk about. James, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, thank you for your openness and willingness to address the difficult topics around the contest. I'm a lurker, but I'm always entertained, better informed when I'm here. Well, look, much love to you and much love to all of you lurkers out there who have never even messaged in the chat. I see you all there too, and it's great to have you. It's great to have everyone there. And, like I said, it's a difficult time to be a Jewish person for many reasons. And I've certainly felt that, in this country, we've had not in this country, in the UK, we've had a spate of incidents recently. With that in mind, I will say I'm as proud of my background and my heritage as I have always been. My totally convicted belief is that it is in advocating for the right thing in the world that I express my Jewishness and I express the things that I've always been taught about what my faith should mean to me. And so just as, I'm proud to say that it's my values and my Jewishness is it was part of how I ended up with a different view before, but it's part of how I found the strength to talk about it differently now. And I'm so grateful to, the other Jewish people who've sent me messages. I have conversations on Instagram sometimes with other Jewish people who have a lot of the same conflicts around the contest. And you all know who you are. Yeah, it's something that is important to talk about, in my opinion. Armin, thank you so much for the £5, says, it is not now, nor has it ever been just a silly song contest. Yes, indeed. And I mean, the other thing I would say is, and it's really important because we still have some time, it's a great time to get these messages across while we're waiting for the rehearsal to start. I have seen this directed towards me. I've seen it directed towards Jewish fans and Jewish people in general. Jewish people should never be held collectively responsible for the actions of Israel or its government. Jewish people should be able to exist without suspicion or fear or interrogation. And I have experienced this a lot in my life where it's, oh, you're Jewish, what do you think about Israel? Jewish people deserve to be safe from attack, regardless of their political beliefs, even if some of those political beliefs, even if you disagree with those beliefs very strongly. I have seen in this fandom, from time to time, there is conflation, and I've seen it directed towards me. I've never seen, actually, until this year, and it's happening this year on several occasions, there have been people banned from the ESC Discord. I've seen tweets like this. I've seen posts in other Discord servers about this. There have been posts suggesting that, making suggestions about me and my beliefs on the basis of the fact that I am Jewish. Nothing will deter me from speaking about how I speak about things or from standing up for what I feel is the truth. but it's made me sad to see those things. It's made me sad to see that in the past, when I have and I know for a fact this has happened, I have seen anti-Semitic things on my timeline, things that I've been upset by from people who I've come across before. I've messaged those people in confidence to say, this is why I feel this is a problem. In most cases, we've had that people have responded well. Sadly, I know in some cases, people shared that with other people, and there were people who, at least for a time, were actively attempting to suggest that I was being dishonest about my views because I was sending those messages. So all I'm saying is, please be kind and tender to Jewish people. Stand up for Jewish people in your community, because Jewish people believe, because Jewish people deserve to be safe. I want to feel safe and not feel like if I openly engage in my faith that I could be put at risk. And I think that's a very important thing that does not depend at all on everything that we've been talking about here. So hopefully all of that is, I didn't expect to get that vulnerable about all these things today, but there we go. We should move towards, again, like I say, this show is about joy, and hopefully, I want us to experience some of that this afternoon and this evening together. The show is starting in just a few minutes, and we're going to have lots of information from Cynthia and Jay, who say they've got into a really nice position in the arena. And actually, an interesting insight from Cynthia, who's just sent this to me. And based on the fact that there's a cup in the goodie bags from one of the sponsors, which has a declaration on it that it was some of the graphics on it were made with the assistance of AI. They also do this on German TV. They put disclaimers. From August this year, it's going to be mandatory for all broadcasters in Europe to declare when generative AI is going to be used. Do you think that in future years, this could be something that happens in Eurovision, where because of the law, they have to declare when acts come on, this act, has used AI generation? That is a really interesting thing to see how the law intersects, People are saying I should have some water, otherwise I'll get a sore throat. I will in a minute, I promise. But I almost knocked over my microphone. So do not worry about me. I'm feeling good actually at the moment. We have things like multivitamins and strepsils and all sorts to keep me going. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. I'm just getting everything ready here. And I will say there's one thing I saw in chat. Someone said, I have nothing wrong with Jewish people. But then you said, but I can't tolerate that Israel promotes genocide. Those are two separate things. This is the thing I'm trying to make you understand. If you have no problem with Jewish people, then that does not need qualification. You can just say, Israel is doing this. You don't connect those two things together. In fact, make an effort to, when you're talking about this stuff, to separate Israel and Jewish people and to actively stress, Israel does not represent all Jewish people. There are plenty of Jewish people who disagree strongly with Israel, things like this. This is the really important thing. And if there's one thing I want you to take away from this, it's to all of us work hard to ensure that Jewish people are never held collectively responsible for the actions of a government that we didn't choose. So there we go. That's my statement complete. And now we can maybe talk a little more about some of these things. We're going to get a look at the opening acts, the postcards. We're going to get a look at all of the songs, and we're going to get text descriptions. That's what we're going to get this afternoon, but it's going to be much more full than what we had before. Then, later tonight, me and Jay get to sit here and watch the show together. I will say, without meaning to tempt fate, by the way, I'm really relieved to see the 2-hour, 30-minute mark come up and not had a total catastrophe with lag yet, which is something we had a lot of problem with last night. So, yeah, that's that on all of that. That is that on all of that. Stephen, I know you're trying to one-guy me and it won't work. I'm worried I've jinxed it now. Woo! Well, if I go offline in 1 minute, then there we go. Hwaseong, thank you so much for the 59 Norwegian kroner. Says, really appreciate you. On a lighter, unrelated note, I wanted to recommend the Norwegian band Segmen to you since you liked Lithuania last year. I'll tell you what, I'll have a look them up later. I will have a look later. Gosh, I feel a little, I've never talked about that in that depth before on this stream. Obviously, I've mentioned it. But, I mean, you guys can imagine why this would be something that is quite visceral for me, right? Someone in my position with my background. And so, hopefully, I've explained it all in a way that makes sense to all of you. The lack of detail, we're not going to get the Bandies or Stacante memes yet. We'll get them later when I've got them all on my, basically I'm just saving everything locally. I'm really protecting the bandwidth that I have on the Wi-Fi because we're now using the Wi-Fi here, which is working, but it's nowhere near as fast as the 5G. So we're just treating it with the utmost kindness. I did run, after we went off stream last night, I ran like some stress tests on the Wi-Fi where I played a video at 1080p, 60 frames per second, continuously for an hour and a half. I played videos while simultaneously streaming to a private stream in the quality we normally did, and it held up well. So we ran a stress test and it seemed fine. That's why we're doing this today, like this. And if it works, great, problem solved. We have backups. We have a wired potential hotspot connection. I can use my usual hotspot connection. We'll work it all out. Will I be spoiling everything? I'm going to be telling you what Cynthia and Jay tell me. It depends what your definition of a spoiler is, because the thing to remember is, right, ultimately, you're not going to see it now, and you're not going to see it this evening. You're going to hear us talk about it. You're going to hear us describe it. Thanks so much for the cheer. I really appreciate that. And I'll read the messages in a moment because I can see another one that's appeared over there. But you're not going to see it. So it's up to you about what you consider making you more excited and teasing versus what is spoiling. It's the same, for example, with the Malta video. We told you a lot of things. We didn't show you everything, right? Thank you so much to everyone who's just donating bits and stuff. So I want to say thanks to Likes Veggies and Fancy Confetti. And Fancy Confetti says, you've helped me maintain some semblance of faith in this contest, and that means the world to me. I really want to thank Fimsy so much for the €20 super chat as well. That's really, really kind and generous of you. And I'll send the heart straight back to you. I'm big on this kind of heart at the minute, with the straight middle fingers and then the bent index fingers like that. There's this one. We could also do this one. We've got this little one, which is fun. There's all kinds of love. So, we are now expecting the show to start imminently, and I'm keeping an eye on everything that I have around me here. I have my phone here. That's how we're going to get our information, is they're going to feed it back to us. And I'm just going to ask, is it starting? Rehearsals often don't start on time. They often have delays and so on. So things might be slightly more rickety in terms of the speed of information coming to us than they will this evening. This evening, the show is meant to be slick, because now the Monday and Wednesday nights actually matter. It needs to be slick. Jay says it's starting up now. Let's just see. Let me know details about the opening. And thank you so much, Ari, for the 10... Oh, it's Ari! Ari's a friend of mine, so everyone say hello, Ari. Just write hello, Ari, in chat. Hi, won't be there to buy you a post-final milkshake this year, but I hope you can get a coffee or other drink on my behalf. I'm going to be drinking plenty of coffee this week. I will say, guys, that I'm tired, but I'm looking after myself. To reassure you, looking after myself better than I did last year. Me and Cynthia, we're eating well. God bless her. She has been doing loads of cooking. We've been eating really nice food. We've gone to some really nice restaurants as well, winding down, doing non-Eurovision stuff when we've had the chance. I've been sleeping better. I am strictly limiting drinking. I did this last year, but I'm also not going to Euro Club at all. But yeah, this is much easier when I have Cynthia here and I have Jay here. I think part of the thing that made last year so emotionally difficult and physically difficult was I was doing everything myself. I was very much in that zone, alone, and just had to keep the car running with a couple of weeks preparation. We never really had a big plan as to what we were going to do. We just had to kind of throw ourselves at it, right? Whereas this year we've had the time to plan, and I have people who I love, who I can rely on to help get this done. Take Cosmo, for example, and the other guests you've seen. Cynthia meets them outside, brings them into the building, offers them refreshments, gets them all set, you know, sort of speaks to them, loosens them up a bit, and then they come and sit on stream. You know, there's all of this stuff going on behind the scenes, and we are obviously going to make the time. Cynthia's a bit camera shy, but for her to come and receive her plaudits from all of you later. Stephen says, go to Euroclub and don't drink. It's still really tiring, and also I never get there before 2 o'clock in the morning, and all my friends tend to stand in the smoking area, so then it ruins my voice. Anonymous 1991 says, Gabe, do you think the UK will come last? I hope not. And by the way, the show has started. So we're going to start getting information soon. Still doing intro acts for now, but soon we will start seeing the full performances, and hopefully we'll get lots of ideas of camera shots and what's going on. Cynthia is writing lots of notes in her notes app, apparently. So we'll probably get a more detailed description come all at once rather than little bits coming one on one. I don't think the UK will come last. I think it will come below 20th. And Danda in chat could tell you a lot about this, especially. I'm not convinced by how it looks. I think it's a case of, like James was saying last night, we're not seeing the full Look Mum No Computer. I hope we'll see that in the full staging. But maybe, at the moment, he's a little, we're getting like 40%. And that will get us a point. It's not going to get us 100. So let's see. So apparently the intro act is going on now. And they've got this kind of singers dressed in blue of all ages. The point is it's 70 years of Eurovision. So they are all different ages. And they're just sort of doing the intro stuff. Hopefully it'll be nice. I mean, for me, nothing is ever going to top 2023, which I literally sobbed, as we discussed previously. But yeah, I think we'll get through the intro and then we'll get into the good stuff. I'm keen to know from all of you what you're most excited to hear about from this afternoon, because obviously there are some big favourites here, but there are things we don't know. Now, for me, I will go first. I want to know what Greece is hiding. We'll have that description probably in the next half hour. I'm really curious to see what they've got going on, and I'm sure that is the same for you too. I'm really curious to hear what it is for all of you, because we're going to be experiencing this, if you think about it, in the same way. Like, Cynthia and Jay are in that arena. They're texting back here to tell me, but I'm experiencing it like you guys are. I haven't seen it. And I'm not going to see it until that jury show tonight. So we are all reacting to this for the first time together, and that means your opinion is every bit as valid as mine. So, I'm seeing lots of Finland, lots of Greece, a few people saying Montenegro and Moldova as well. Seeing is Estonia in tune, we'll have to see. Croatia as well. With some really cool camera angles. I wonder whether some of their big upside is going to come later tonight. Apparently there's rain and it's sparkling in there. And off we go. Apparently we're through that in the first 5 minutes. I don't know if we're getting a flag parade this time or not. We'll have to see. Thanks so much, Lotus, who says, been really enjoying the streams and videos. I'm really hoping Italy does well because Sal is a much needed light in the contest. Super exciting. His stage was super camp. If there was going to be a completely mad, no one expects winner, would anyone be mad if it was Sal Da Vinci? I mean, Italy is kind of useless at hosting Eurovision, but he's just so fun. I wouldn't mind it at all, personally. Finland, Moldova, Greece, haven't been able to keep up with the songs. I've been busy with university. Inks Does Arts, that's an interesting one. It says, probably most excited for Lion Seeker from Lithuania. People are asking if I'll do the Asila Shuffle. I'll do it when she's on stage. First, though, you're going to have to excuse me for a moment because I'm going to get some water. Victoria Swarovski, unsurprisingly, given she's an heiress, looks absolutely stunning. I'm going to turn up this gain, so when I go over here, you'll still be able to hear me when I'm running around the room getting my water. The problem is I don't actually know where we keep the glasses. So I'm running around the apartment at the moment. They're not in there, and it's not time for wine glasses just yet. Actually, it might be. Okay. All the glasses are in the wash. So earlier than expected, you're going to get the Gabe drinking from a wine glass in the Airbnb, like we had last year. Usually this is an evening thing, but there we are. So, washing it up now, there we are. And fill that up. Gonna be a long day after all. And there's another stream which will be at least 3 to 4 hours later too. Here we are. Sorry, I think I turned the gain up a little bit too much. But yes, so to all of you, God, I nearly spilt it. Cheers to Eurovision week. We made it. Congratulations, everyone. Thanks for the uploads. Really appreciate that. That super chat. And this is a computer. I appreciate you so much. Says, found you in 2024 when it all went down. So glad I could see the contest through with somebody with strong morals. Thank you so much for speaking out the way you do. Also, I want the shark to be Gark. Well, just for you, I will put Gark on the poll, and thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your support. Matt as well with the bits. Honestly, it means the world to me. What are we drinking? For now, we are having water. What I will say is, I have seen the Eurofan beer in shops. I think it would be a fun thing to do later in the week to try the Eurofan beer. Let's see what we're hearing from Jay and Cynthia. Michael is wearing a silver suit. And Victoria's body is so tea, says Cynthia. Everyone say congratulations to Ali Noah, who just submitted their thesis. Congratulations. I'm applauding you. There is a Eurofan beer, yes. We'll also, at some point, we'll do an unboxing of the bag that they're giving to all the press. So, like, the goodie bag. We're still waiting for the first song. This obviously will give us an idea of how long the intro act will be later on. Probably, it looks like it's going to be about 10 to 12 minutes, which is usual. People don't usually get in any faster than that. It's quite exciting for me now, but I always feel a little bit of FOMO. I love doing this. I love being here with you guys. But I will say I'm probably going, because it's my only chance to go in the arena this week. On Friday, I'm going to move the stream so I can watch the jury final in the arena. Not the jury final, the afternoon rehearsal on Friday. That's what I mean. So you might have a very early stream on Friday. Sobskivy says, how likely do you think it is that New Zealand or other oceanic countries join Eurovision Asia if this year is a success? Well, firstly, thank you so much for the super chat. Very. If it's a big success, everyone will want to get involved. It's a bandwagon effect, right? I'd love to see a contest with 30 countries. It's going to take a while. Billy the Extinguisher asks, do you know how many people are in the arena to watch this? It's only press, so realistically, you're talking about a couple hundred. And not all the press are here yet. Monday is the least busy day of the week in the press centre. Voting has been explained. They haven't mentioned the number of times you can vote yet. And we're now onto the Satoshi postcard. I'm going to make sure that postcard details, if possible. So it sounds like, because in past years, they've said, don't worry, you can vote 20 times in the show. I think it's a significant thing to mention if they're no longer mentioning how many times people can vote. Simon says, stand up, sit down. If there's any chance of Hungary returning, now Orban has been given the boot. Thank you so much for the super chat. The answer is yes. I would say the chance of them being in the contest next year is more than 50%. Cry Megne, good pun, says, cheers to Eurovision week. Cheers to you. And thank you again for all the work you've been doing. The interviews have been absolutely top tier. We have more guests tomorrow as well. And by the way, Satoshi is in a theme park. At some point on today's stream, I will reveal to you who our two guests are tomorrow, because it's a fun pair of guests. I'm really looking forward to it. And the ring around the stage lights up in the country colours as well, says Cynthia. This is an exciting moment because I'm really curious to see what Moldova has done with its staging. And I guess we'll start to get some of those details. Nikos, we are going to get a live commentary of the jury show this evening. This is a live commentary of the afternoon rehearsal, which isn't shown on the screens, but my team is in the room watching it, so we can get an exclusive first look. That's what we're doing here. And then also this evening, when the jury show is on, we'll be watching it and sharing what we're seeing with you. And obviously, now that they've brought back juries to the semi-finals, the Monday and Wednesday shows matter a lot. Half the points in this semi-final are going to be given out tonight, so you want to be paying attention. You want to know who's singing well. More to the point, if someone does badly, the pressure is on for tomorrow. What time am I going live tonight? It'll be between 8 and 8:30. So Moldova is on right now. What I'm expecting is we'll be sent a full description after, and that they'll take notes and then they'll send it all at once, because that way they can write more down. They don't have to, just send things over and over and over again. Who do you think needs to prioritize their jury performance? Well, let's take a little look at that list. I'll bring it up on screen, and we'll go to songs and videos, semi-final 1. So here's the list. I'll just make sure that it's very visible for you guys. So I'll zoom in a little bit and we'll maybe go through it in parts. The big ones here, in my opinion, even though Croatia does have televote appeal, Croatia needs to smash it tonight. Portugal, it's a non-negotiable, has to be perfect. Montenegro needs to try and get a little bit of love from outside of the Balkans, so I would say they need it tonight. Estonia just needs to not get 0. If it gets 20, then I would say it's not impossible for it to qualify. Belgium needs to be perfect, because I think people will find the dance moves weird and I don't think it's going to get many votes. And the postcards will have more details to come, Silver. Thank you so much for your donation. Then, the big one, Poland. I don't think this song has much televote appeal. We need a big vocal performance, which in my opinion she will deliver. So that's the answer to your question. Those are the ones that we think, that I think will require it. So just as a reminder, we're currently on song number 1, Moldova. And I'm waiting to hear from my team about what they have seen. Treens Beans, thank you very much for the £2. Says, finishing up classes for this year. Love the stream. Well, I love you back. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. I'm really excited to get this description. Just bear in mind that there will probably come at intervals of 5 minutes or so, because you have all of the stuff that happens around it. And then obviously people are going to... right. Okay, here we go. Satoshi sounds great. Shaky cam only for the chorus. The graphics do include lyrics. The kawaii figure is actually really cool. Aliona Moon on a giant dress prop singing her solo. There is so much energy, so much fire, and everybody is losing it, and the press is going wild right now in there. So it sounds like they've brought the appropriate level of energy. Everyone is cheering really loudly, and you can all stop panicking. Oh, thank God. And they've fixed the vocals. Jeez. Whew. Aliona Moon is 10 feet in the air. And they've changed the vocals back to how it was at the national final. The Aliona Moon prop apparently took everyone's breath away. We're so back. Have we ever been this back? Oh, gosh, I'm so relieved. Thank God for that. Honestly, you're all like, yes, and yeah. Honesty time. All of you right now, tell me how many of you were scared about this. How many of you were scared about this? Because I know you were. Can they see the camera work in the arena? If they can see the screens in the corners, the answer is probably yes. They won't, but we'll get a better look at this later. Gosh, you really were all terrified, weren't you? Bless all of your cotton socks. I was never worried. I can say that now. I was never worried, not one bit. I always trusted our boy. Gosh, I really hope we get a chance to speak to him later in the week. The other thing is that this rehearsal can move the odds. So we will keep an eye on them. We'll look at them later. When we get to a break, we'll have a look. We have our first delay. Sweden, they got to the end of the postcard. They weren't ready. It's the rehearsal. This happens. Kayla points out Tommy Cash and Joost and Kari have released a song together. I'll check that out at some point this week. Is there no video feed, asks Fatima, for off-site accredited media? Not until the jury show. So this evening we get it. There used to be more, but basically the feedback from delegations was that artists were fed up of early rehearsals being shown to media, getting hammered for it, and then they would lose confidence. It would change the narratives. So they've changed the approach. Now I feel very celebratory, so I'm quite glad I have a glass of water in my wine glass here, which I've just spilt on myself. So next, just so you know where we are, we're on to Sweden. My System by Felicia. This is where we are right now. I'm going to keep saying it all through. Maybe I'll just highlight as we go so people know where we are. Moldova was brilliant. That's the main thing. Moldova was absolutely amazing, and people were really, really excited. I love how I can feel the excitement from Jay and Cynthia when they send me all this stuff, by the way. And I'm seeing other reactions on Twitter and so on as well. That's a really lovely reference. Aliona's prop, when she gets lifted up into the air, it's the big dress like they did in 2013. It's a reference to her original dress from her original performance. What a lovely tribute that is. That is so, so nice. So we now have Sweden coming. And like I said, to those just joining us, we're getting descriptions from in the room. For the first time, press is in the room watching this. We then get feedback. And we can give you all of these details like we just did for Moldova. That's really, really, really exciting. Oh, brilliant. Honestly, I'm so relieved for Moldova that we've gotten this, all of this now. It also shows, by the way, that delegations, they do listen. They know what's going on. They keep an eye on the discourse. And yeah, wow. This is from a colleague over at Aussie Vision, Liv, who has just tweeted, "I've never sat in a first rehearsal and broken out in tears, but Moldova, that was phenomenal." This is the day where we pump everyone full of hopium. I have so much hope. So much hope and excitement. What an amazing start that sounded like. Excellent. The other thing we'll see, by the way, is that artists will perhaps go easy on the vocal. Felicia, for example, has been saving her voice in this rehearsal, so she didn't do the big notes. And that is fine. Gosh, I wish you all could experience the feeling of my system in the arena, because it's really special. It's really, really special. It's you vibrate. I can't wait to see Moldova now this evening. I get to see this in 5 hours' time, and you'll see my live reaction to it. Okay, so there's been a slight revamp to my system, says Jay. There's a point where she does a trick with lasers where she's like batting them away. She gets momentarily trapped inside a blue laser cube. So they really aren't. They're leaning in to some of the narratives that have developed around this song. Mostly the same as Melfest, though, with some slight tweaks. That's what we expected. To be honest, on screen, I think, as we've been discussing through this week, it's not going to look as good overall because the Melfest production is better, but it will still look good to those who haven't seen the Melfest performance, which is most of the audience. It's where we think. Jay says it's bassy as fuck in that arena. Yeah, it would be. It would be indeed. We're now waiting for Croatia. And for those of you who are just joining us, please, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel, because one thing I really want to achieve for this week, we're currently at 57,600 subscribers or so. I would love to get to 60,000. So if you haven't already, please do smack that button, as they say. And let's see where we go. But yeah, basically, it sounds like they got what they expected with Sweden. We've got some big moments coming up now. Croatia is next. After Croatia, we're going to have Greece. And Greece is one where we have a lot of things to learn. So I imagine you're all very excited about that. I want to do a quick show of hands. If you are Greek and in this chat right now, for the next 30 seconds only, you are allowed to speak Greek. So say hello, and then we have to all go back to speak English again. Same for Croatians. Croatians, you're allowed to speak Croatian for the next 30 seconds to support your entry. Someone said subscribe. Indeed. And there is loads of you there, and it's fantastic to see you all. I will say to all the Greeks, on a purely touristic level alone, I would absolutely love to go to Greece next year. Can you imagine these streams, like me sitting on the beach somewhere, having some gyros, and just having a general lovely time? Doesn't that sound nice? Like, if Greece wins, then I'm going to have the most wonderful 2027. I will tell you that now. All right, now I am calling time on all the Croatian and all of the Greek in chat, and we're going to go back to English. Thank you all so much. I just felt like you guys maybe needed to get some of that energy out, Theodore asks, has there ever been a semi where the first 5 in the running order have qualified? So I believe we've not had a semi where an entire half has qualified before. I'm not sure on your specific question about the first 5. maybe we can get something from elsewhere on that. Let me see. So we are waiting for news from the team. Let me see what other outlets are saying about Sweden while we're waiting for Croatia. Obviously, James from ESC Insights, as always, is in the room too. And we'll keep an eye on what he says because I listen very carefully to him. There's some haze on the backing track in the bridge behind Felicia, apparently. That's a little extra thing. The dress rehearsal has started, Exodus. We are on to song number 3. So, the way we have some initial information from Croatia. This is from Matt over at ESC United. Initially, we saw in the clip, I'm going to show you the clip actually, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here. Rehearsal clip here. So, what we've got is, you see how one's in white and the other in red. At the start of the performance, I'll pause it now. Sorry for all the stuff on screen, but hopefully you guys can still see what I mean. At the start, the woman in white is sitting on a prop, and the women in red bring her down. And then, and that is so it's clearly a kind of, they're singing to her. What I really want to know is what happens at the end. And we will find out now. So, Croatia's postcard, by the way, they're on snowy mountains that turn to spring, and they're like giant goddesses. Starts with, and this is from Cynthia, starts with nun-esque face on screen. So like we saw in the nun rehearsal clip from Albania. One girlie is on a stick. She said girlie. I'm quoting directly from Cynthia. One girlie is on a stick with an invisible chair, like those street artist scammers, you know? Which I presume is the prop that she's up on and then she's brought down from. Very haunting. There's fire. There's lots of wind. She is running. And then it stops. So it sounds like the run is the final thing. I don't know if she gets lifted into the air. I don't know if there's something else there. But it sounds like in this rehearsal, that was the shot of the running is the thing that they closed the performance with. What that means is we have Greece next. Croatia, I think a lot of it is going to depend on the camera angles because that was what really impressed us. It's one of the ones where we get less from in the room. Greece's diamond prop, so you know the thing that we saw at the end of the... Again, I can show you. I'm just going to show you. Why do I keep being like, hey, you know that thing? I can literally open it up. We need Greece here, because Greece is up next. Greeks, I know you're very excited. So, this prop here, this one, apparently it's some kind of trick, because apparently this is tiny. So, however they've done it, it's really small on stage. But they are up now, and I guess we'll have news soon. This feels like big news, this moment. What we're going to see from Greece is one of the most hotly anticipated stagings of the year, and hopefully we'll get lots of details from Cynthia and from Jay. Levi, thank you so much for the £5 tip. Says we should name the Blåhaj, I don't know how to say it, it's Swedish, either Sharsika or Engelbert Humperdinck. Maybe we can put one of those on the list as well. We'll have to see. So, for those of you who are just joining us, we're waiting for details from Greece. Cynthia and Jay will be on the lookout for the visuals, for what we see in comparison to the opening, and how they do the bridge and things like this. This is a really important moment for the contest to see where they take this. I'm going to keep an eye on the odds because based on how much people enjoyed Moldova, I'm wondering if we might get some movement. Usually it doesn't happen straight away. It happens once more of the acts have been seen, but we're going to be keeping an eye on this today, just so that you know. Apparently I said it properly, so it is Blåhaj. Blåhaj. There we go. Oh, the Swedes are really pleased now. There we go. Isn't that nice? See, I learned how to say your name, buddy. You'll have a name by this time tomorrow. All right, so we're waiting for details on Greece. Greece is on stage now. Apparently the Croatian media were filming the entire performance on their phones, despite the prohibition on that. Well, there we are. All right, I am finding out the details for you now. I think this is going to be a difficult one for the team to describe because there are so many different things going on. I'm just looking for James because I obviously want to, and he was here last night. It's always good to hear what he has to say about these things. All right, Lelek, Andromeda. Very much along the same as before. The consensus seems to be that the harmonies are sounding better. So it may be that slight weirdness we've been detecting has been solved. That would be excellent. James is joining me tomorrow, by the way. Greece, I believe, has just finished performing. So I'm awaiting details from my team. Jay and Cynthia will be scribbling away to tell us the facts. And my voice is hurting. Right, let's see what we have coming now. I'm seeing lots of very excited Greeks in the chat. There is a prop. You may have seen there's this kind of cross thing that was projected onto the stage that we saw in one of the images. There is a spinning... how do I explain this? There is a rotating set of rooms that Achilles walks through. And we have our details now. He rides the scooter during the second verse. So that's when you from where that thing is. There's different characters as the scenes change and as the thing rotates. The subtitles for the entire bridge are on the screen while he's doing it. And then in the final chorus, the characters come out of their scenes and they chase him around. That's what Jay is saying. So clearly it's setting all these different scenes through the song, and then at the end, the point is they come to life. I hope that means we have physical dancers, dressed like the characters that we've seen. The press consensus, I'm trying to get a good read on this, is people are happy. James thinks it's a contender immediately. Aussie Vision thinks that the staging is magic. And there is a fireman's poll. They close their tweet with, "This can win, take it seriously." So, there you go. We have our first big favourite. Someone says no info on Greece yet. I think that person may be a little bit behind. I would say it sounds good to me. The key questions to be answered. Obviously, people are frustrated about the AI use, right? As we're waiting for information on Portugal next, by the way, which I imagine will be a little more straightforward. I think the general public are not going to clock it fast enough. And for that reason, I don't think it's going to be a major factor in the result. Doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about it, but of course we're talking right now about in the competitive context. Then, as we look to the sort of vocals and stuff, this is what I'm going to be looking at really closely tonight, because in the rehearsal, I think he was taking it easy. We all know how much energy Achilles has, how he can emote with his voice, even when he's doing the kind of spoken vocals. In the rehearsal, it felt like he was going through the motions, and that is, I want to stress this, very, very normal for a rehearsal. I wouldn't expect anyone to be truly giving 100 until they absolutely need it. We've had cases in the past, Jessica Moorboy in 2018, for example, where people have given too much in rehearsals and their voices have flamed out by the time we get to the night. So, we will await some news from Portugal next. Let me go. So we should have news from Portugal soon. I don't think it's going to be quite as interesting, maybe. Oh, we have a description, but I have to sit down to read it now. So this is from Cynthia. She says, hello to you all. They start singing on the ring, so the outer part of the stage. Maybe I should get a stage photo just so I can illustrate this to you. For those of you who haven't seen it, give me a moment. This will help. So we need the 2026 stage. Here we are, images. There we go. Here's a photo of the stage, which I'll bring up on screen. Beautiful. So you can see the outer ring of the stage. That's where the Portuguese act starts. Can you see my mouse? No. Okay, that's fine. You know what I'm talking about. So they start on that outer ring, and then the entire stage is kind of sparkly. Two of them continue singing on the ring, and they walk towards each other. They then walk together onto the catwalk, and the camera moves through them as they are spread out along the catwalk. Then the violinist appears, and that's when they all make their way to the main stage, and we have seen the final chorus where they're all in a line together on the main stage. Cynthia says it's very beautiful. The key thing is they are going to move, which means that instead of this, I'm afraid I'm going to have to invent something new for the Portuguese, and it's this. So, by the way, this is another note from Cynthia on Greece, and she says that she's actually saying regarding the Greece AI thing is that she doesn't think she thinks it's a very minor thing because they have so many physical props and so many live things going on. So what we've seen on screen, it's only a minor part of it. I think that's also important to remember that all of the things are better. Can you find out if the sound mixing is better? No. But it will be, because it always gets better between the rehearsals and the show. I have to say, as a fan of Portugal, this makes me happy that they've done something. Because can you imagine if they were all just stood there doing nothing the entire performance? It would be so, so dull. At least they're taking it somewhere. How effective that will be remains to be seen. We're waiting for Georgia next, and everyone thinks in the room that Greece could outdo Finland in the televote based on what they've seen from that performance. That is really, really, really exciting. So Georgia is next, as you can see. Portugal about to have more movement than Belgium, says Dutch Gaming Division. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, although, of course, we'll find that out later. So Georgia is coming up. In the meantime, I'm going to see if there's any other views on Portugal. Let me see here. Not really many other things. The violin is not live, though, just to be clear, although I think we already knew this. So, based on that, we've now come through to song 6 next, which is Georgia. 5 down. I am curious, and because you can't put 5 options in a poll on YouTube, I want to know from you guys what you're most excited about, what you're most hyped about from having those first 5. What kinds of things are interesting you? What kind of things are getting you going? Because I know that there's plenty of things here to be excited about. And so I wait. I see lots of Moldova. I'm also seeing Greece, a little bit of Croatia. Someone says Montenegro. They haven't been yet. Okay, overwhelmingly Moldova. I think the thing is here, for Greeks in the chat, don't worry. It's just that we expected Greece to be amazing, whereas I think with Moldova, people were worried based on the clip. I am so happy for Satoshi as well. ESC Tom has just tweeted. He says, Greece are 100 million% winning the televote. That show is fucking spectacular. So there's some hopium for the Greeks as well. Honestly, like I said, I would love to be in Greece next year. I would be interested to see whether we go to Thessaloniki, to be honest, because it would be a bit of a different vibe to Athens, and it would be nice because I feel like Athens feels like the obvious choice, and so we get something different. So, Cynthia says Bzikabi, but instead of you know what, this one I think I'm just going to need to show you. If you're wondering how Bzikabi is, Do you see she's used the sleeping emoji? It's bzova. It is bzova. Here's the big description from Jay. Georgia postcard, jumping on buildings parkour style. There's robots behind them in the first chorus, and the graphic is wires being energized or something. He's not really sure. The vocals aren't the strongest. It's so empty looking. There's no other dancers and only small pyro at the end. Last 3 words. Very disappointing, honestly. It's bzova. And I'm sorry to report it, but I'm delighted that Bzikaby have come to Eurovision because they're such an integral part of Junior, right? And having them here, it's fun to get a chance to celebrate them. Clearly, this has not worked out the way we hoped. So I'm sorry. I'm as bzad as you guys are. But there we go. Europunzel, thank you so much for the super chat, says, Vanilla Ninja was in 2005 and Greece won. It's a sign. We'll have to see about that. I mean, like I said, I would love it. I would really, really love it. But I don't believe in fate, and I don't believe in that kind of thing. Next, I believe we're going to have Italy. Let's see. I'm just waiting for some more news now. Here we are. James is equally unsure. Aside from the cyborgs, it's a near empty stage for Georgia. The vocals sound great in the arena, and they do interact with the camera on stage. They're hoping the dance will be enough to get people at home moving. I'm not sure. So that's the diplomatic version. The non-diplomatic version was Jay. Just going to mute this. There we go. Sorry, I just need to clear my throat. So we wait to hear from Bzitaly and Bzal Da Vinci. There's now an interval of fans saying what they like about Eurovision. One fan, it makes me see the world as it could be, not how it is. Cynthia describes this as a Martin Green statement. I imagine it wouldn't surprise me if the messaging this year at the contest is different, whether they're going to hammer home the kind of try and lean on the no politics thing and the sort of, oh, look, da-da-da-da-da thing. Like, it's a tactic that would make sense. Another one, for one season, the whole of Europe is united by music. My name is John Eurofan, and I definitely said these things. To be fair, I do know how they did this. They were asking Oge, the Oge clubs. So, you know, are we surprised? But yes, first break. So the first break comes after Georgia. Presumably, I mean, it had to go somewhere here, didn't it? And then the first song after the break will be Italy to get everyone going again. I will say they would always have put a break before Finland, for sure, because people will stay through the break. It makes sense in terms of show running. So next is up. Okay, wow, nice one, man. That's real good. Next up is Italy. The impression I get is that there's a few raised eyebrows about this. Apparently, there's also a montage with some artists from 2025. So JJ, Cesar, Mariana Conte, all appear. While, by the way, and I'm going to announce this now, while we're waiting, while we're on a break, speaking of the class of 2025, it's time for me to announce tomorrow's guests. And I'm very excited to say we have got two fantastic guests joining us for the stream. Plus, this is both in the afternoon, and we also have a model reveal as planned. First, and I've got my little schedule up here to make sure I get it right. First, at 1:30 p.m., so we're going to start at 1 p.m. like we did today. That's Vienna time. At 1:30 p.m., Atvara from Latvia is going to be joining us on stream for half an hour to answer your questions. And then at 2:30 p.m., Erica Vickman will be doing the same for 30 minutes. We are going to sit down with Erica. We're going to talk about what she's been up to. We're going to sit down. We're going to talk about all of the different times she had in Eurovision as well. So those are the guests for tomorrow. And I hope that that is very exciting. I get the impression from chat it might be very exciting. Big boobies-ish, comma, indeed. And yes, Uzbek Spy, we can ask her about Jonas Love. I mean, of course we'll talk about that, you know. So those are our guests tomorrow. I'm really excited. The other thing I will say is, for Wednesday and Thursday, I have only one guest on those 2 days at the moment, but I'm going to try and pull in a few of our semi-final one guests because they'll have the days off. We've got to see who qualifies, see who wants to do it first. But yeah, so Atvara and Erica tomorrow. I'm really excited for you guys to see what they have to say because I think it'll be really, really great. So we're waiting now for news about Italy, and I believe that performance is now starting. So we should get some news soon. What I will say is, for these guests tomorrow, we will open channels on our Discord server. There is a stream questions channel on the Discord server. You can ask questions in there now. And the mods will make sure it is unlocked. What I would say, mods, before you unlock it, could you clear the channel first so that we don't have questions for previous guests that I get mixed up? And the Discord, by the way, if you want to go to Discord, it's discord.gg/ESCGabe. We'll take you straight there. So I want to say, hey, all 2,000 of you that are watching right now, it's really, really fantastic to have you here as we go through the first semi-final, first press rehearsal. We've had some really exciting revelations so far about the sheer volumes of props that Greece has. People are very excited in the room about that, about the fact that Moldova is apparently amazing and everyone loved it. Yeah. And so there is, there's been so much going on. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you do it. We have guests coming today. To get an idea of how the guests have been going, earlier on this stream, we had Cosmo from Austria, who took the opportunity to openly call on all of you to write Mpreg fan fiction about Søren from Denmark and Jonas from Norway. He called it Denway. All right, Italy postcard is him in a valley listening to nature, and he walks on water. Sal da Vinci is Jesus, confirmed. There is a white mic stand, and it starts with the groom getting dressed by his best men. Cynthia says, shout out to Brat Pellin. They do lots of acrobatics, and Sal stays in the same place the whole time. The bride walks down the catwalk, so like walking into a wedding. The dancer lifts her veil and kisses her. They then lift up her Italy skirt that we've seen. They do ballroom dancing, and then we have fireworks on the screen at the end. So, Sal da Vinci is channeling Fräulein. But also, it sounds like it's very good. Like, it sounds charming and fun, and we'll see whether people feel that it could be very competitive. Apparently, it really screams Naples, according to Georgia9994. And yes, I'd be inclined to agree. So it sounds like fun. It sounds silly, but it also sounds like it's really quite romantic. And that is going to be something that I think will really, really work. Oh yeah, with Cosmo earlier, we did also do some Mongolian throat singing. It was a great interview. We had a whale of a time. I wish you could have stayed for an hour. Next is a big moment. Next to the stage will be the current favourites, Finland. I am very curious about the live violin. Firstly, I just want to say a big thanks, though, to Cynthia and Jay, of course, who are in the room and reporting back to us and sending me, literally, we've got this, and I'll go full screen a second so you can see it. We've got this chat, and you can see they're just sending me loads and loads of information about the show as it goes along. It's really exciting. We do not think it's a real wedding, by the way. It's not a legal wedding. No one is getting legally married on the Eurovision stage, sadly. You know, it's funny because I'm like, oh, I'm so excited about the violin. In chat, everyone's like, Peter Parkkonen. So I know all of your motivations. So here's where we are right now, Finland. Let's see how things go. Obviously, we know a lot about this already. We're not expecting it to be dramatically different. What I want to know is if they've changed any camera angles. Hopefully, Cynthia and Jay will manage to get a look at that. I want to know how the violin sounds. Because if the violin sounds unbelievable and really gives it an added punch, then this song could feel very, very different. Let's see what we get. I'm kind of nervous. Full declaration, of course. This is my favorite song of the year. I'm going to have emotional feelings and biases and so on that I need to declare. Megan Elkin says, as a bi woman, I'm so here for both. I feel like you are in this moment blessed and can appreciate this on a level that many of us cannot. We await news from Finland. Everyone breathe. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I'm obviously as nervous as all of you are because this is a big moment and it is the first time that the press have seen what the Finns have to offer. I await Cynthia and Jay's news. By the way, I love how right now, in the YouTube chat at least, I haven't seen it in Twitch chat, yes. Everyone's like, fuck yeah, I love being bisexual. And I just want to say shout out to all of you. And Danda says shout out to the pansexuals as well. And yes, indeed. Listen, they don't call this in the gay house. In the gay house, you are very welcome. This is my gay house and you are welcome here. That's what we're saying about that. Also, cheers. Stephen, I am paying attention to you. I'm loving all the love in chat right now. And let's carry on in that spirit. Where is Finland? I mean, it's next to Sweden, but in the contest, I am waiting. Oh, let's see. Jam System says, I love that this straight guy has a gay house. Look, my name's my name. I might as well embrace the gay house jokes. And also Erica in the gay house. Come on, it's perfect. Charlie Mann says, no one talks about the risks and cons that can come from the violin if it messes up lives' nerves. Linda Lampenius has been doing this for 50 years. If there's anyone who is going to nail it, it's her. I really, really think it is going to do really... I think she's going to be fine. Gosh, I'm a bit scared, you know. I don't know what to expect. Obviously, I know it's meant to be similar, but I have no news yet. I have no news at all. James thinks it's not a massive upgrade from UMK. The shots are apparently phenomenal. You can hear the live violin in each move of the string. So he loves Linda, but I'm going to await my team's opinion and then we will see. Apparently, in the ESC Discord, ESC Tom Discord, he is gooped and gagged and thinks it is excellent. So we are getting a lot of different opinions at the moment. I will wait for the definitive opinion from my wife. Well, my fiance, but my wife. I can see Jay is typing. What have you got for us, Jay? Come on. The note is incoming. Here we are. Violin 100% live. More fire around the confessional. Mostly looks the same. Still incredible. Apparently, Linda almost didn't get to the last position on time. I think we need to see it this evening. I want to see it this evening because we felt this in the room at UMK. It's made for TV. It's better on TV than it is in the room. Because in the room, you miss a lot of it because it's all so choreographed. Everyone is saying they're pregnant. I mean, I fear I may have started this. But bear in mind that she only just makes it every time, but they've rehearsed it like crazy. It's designed to be as tight as possible. It's a deliberate stylistic choice. Troblerone says, I told you guys, it's Barabada Bastu situation again, not winning. The difference with Barabada Bastu is the cultural relevance of the sauna is limited entirely to the Nordic countries. Apparently Peter Parkkonen is saving his voice, according to Tobbe Ek. Thank you, Theodore, for that. We are waiting for some more news from elsewhere. Let's see what people say. So, is there any other news? Aussie Vision say, you've seen this already, but it still eats it up. They say you can't really tell that Lint's playing live from the sound in the arena. That might be different on the stream. We will see tonight. You could hear it in the clip, so I think it will be. Apparently, she looks like she's giving 120% now, rather than 100%. This is big. Aussie Vision says, and bear in mind that the reports are that he's saving his voice. They say Peter Parkkonen sounds much cleaner than he did before. So, for a favourite, I guess we're happy. Montenegro is going to be next. I don't feel the same excitement that I feel with Moldova, probably because the expectations for this are already set so high. But it sounds like it's doing what it needs to do. Okay, Tamara, here's your Montenegro note. They start by having her completely lifted up by the dancers. Apparently she doesn't sound too great, but I guess it's a rehearsal, so not a big deal. They have the dance break in the chorus on the catwalk. There are some questionable wide-angle shots. I don't like that. We suspect in-ear problems because she was out of time. There we go. That would explain. They have Roman numerals for each verse like previously. And in their opinion, in the last chorus, she's just stood and it takes some of the energy out and the dancing looks low energy. Panic. Oh no. Oh dear. At the same time, there's some positives from elsewhere. If her in-ear was a problem, it could be that it made everything more difficult. They've turned the bass up, apparently. Lots of energy, lots of choreo. James says the lighting is used well, and there's a sort of sun rising behind her. Maybe it's just one or two shots that we're reading too much into. We'll see it tonight, but we'll be on the lookout for these things. Don't panic. You are all having meltdowns. Calm. Calm down. Okay? Let's see how these things look this evening. It's still rehearsal. Everyone take a deep breath. Come on, we're going to do it together. We're going to do like 10 seconds in and 10 seconds out. Are we ready? Everything is fine. There's no need to worry. It's not Nova's over. Not yet. Sorry for activating manual breathing. Okay, everyone's still panicking. That didn't work. In any case, you know what would really help and what will stop you from panicking is subscribing to the ESC Gabe channel. If you haven't already, please do. It makes me very happy when you do that. She got breathy, apparently, says Tobbe Ek. Thanks again. Theodore, if you could keep sharing the Tobbe stuff in chat, that's actually really helpful. I'm keeping an eye out for it at the moment. Megan Elkin says, gay panic over Montenegro. I'm not sure this is gay panic. This is just panic. Yeah. ESC Tom says, maybe some vocal issues, in-ear problems. That's from a Discord. But he also says he thinks it's the best Montenegro staging in a long time. Next up, we have the Ninjas. Vanilla Ninja. Here we go. I mean, God knows what's going to happen with this. I mean, hear me out, guys. Do you not think it would be really fun and silly if they qualified? Dumb as hell, but it would be hilarious. Like, come on. Some of you think it would be so funny. Some of you are like, no. Fantasy Fox, €5, thank you so much, says, remember, guys, always stay cool. Like a swimming pool. And that is true indeed. Rambo Amadeus with some good advice for rehearsals. I will say, I love how all of you, every rehearsal, and me, to be fair, it's like everything is either the end of the world or the greatest thing that's ever happened. Like with Moldova, we were up here. With Montenegro, we're like down there somewhere, like on the floor. There really is no middle ground, and I love that about that. I love streaming, and I love doing this for this reason, because it really feels, for me, like we are living through this experience all together, and that is super fun. So yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of this. We are now awaiting news from Estonia. I see typing, and here we are. This is Jay's actual description of the postcard, and thank you so much, Erna, for the 20 crowns. Says, everyone take your mum's phones away tomorrow. Jay's description of the postcard, this is the exact wording. They in the sea looking at fish and such. It starts facing towards the camera, audience behind her. Very concert-feely bit at the first chorus. LED screens display the words "too epic" during the chanting in the bridge, so no more kiss cam. Cynthia says, waiting for Vanilla Ninja to learn how to sing. One of the ninjas wears sunglasses. The "too epic" bit is mega cringe, super tacky, and like, hello, fellow kids. Jay says, it kind of just felt like a concert. Cynthia's comment, Cynthia has made a very disparaging comment about Israel and their postcard that I cannot share on stream. Yeah, so sounds like a bit of a mess. But the thing is, tacky does work for this. This is a song where you kind of need to do the horseshoe theory so bad that it becomes good. And that's what we have here. No, I really can't share it. Ellen says, it's 12:30 a.m. I'm lying in bed, dark, watching the stream, getting super excited for tomorrow. Bring on the Asila Shuffle. We will see it soon. So, Israel has taken to the stage now. As we've seen from the New York Times today and everything else that's been going on, let me repeat what I keep repeating this whole week. There is no legitimate victory that Israel can take from this contest. And if they were to, quote unquote, win on Saturday, given everything we've seen, I don't think anybody, and I don't think most broadcasters would treat it as a legitimate victory. In addition, I want to remind you all that in this moment, I remember 2 years ago when I was part of EFC United, I was really proud that when Israel rehearsed, instead of giving descriptions, we shared links to Doctors Without Borders and other organizations about aid. Please, please, please support organizations that help Palestinians rebuild their lives, that help get them urgent medical care that they so desperately need in what is still an extremely bleak moment. That is one of the most important things that you can do. And yeah, that is so that is the key thing that I am taking away from that. So after this, we're going to have Germany, rather fittingly. Best friends stick together. Beg your pardon. Ontario says it's not fair to censor Noam. He is just an artist. Noam Betan strikes me as, he seems like a nice enough guy, whatever, but it's not about that. When you're in Eurovision, you're not representing yourself. You're representing your state. And this argument that, it's broadcasters, everyone knows doesn't wash. Ultimately, you can't separate the actions of the Israeli government from the PR campaign that they very openly run in Eurovision and elsewhere. I think it's a very straightforward thing. It's not to do with Noam. This isn't to do with Noam in the same way it wasn't to do with Yuval. It wasn't to do with Eden Golan, as individuals. It's about the wider thing. I don't waste time talking about the individuals because I don't think it's the best, most effective thing to do. It's more important to look at it at the wider picture. So Noam Betan, I mean, I'll never speak to the guy. I don't think I'll ever meet the guy, and that is just fine with me. What's going on around him is what I care about. According to Toba Ek, during the break before Israel, the hosts decided to remark on Israel's success over the years. That will go down like a lead balloon. Why? I have to laugh. It's the inability to read the room by, I have to say, Austria and Germany especially, is quite something. Like, Who writes these scripts? Bizarre. Just so bizarre. I mean, I don't understand. Jay's only comment is fuck ass diamond, I guess referring to their shitty tacky prop. I don't think we're going to get much else. God. I can't believe, please remove that from the script. How did anyone think that was a good idea? Then again, this is coming from they did send the president of the broadcaster off to do a little diplomatic trip earlier in the year, so. No other comments, by the way. He's doing his like a cappella thing at the end that they do on the studio version. Basically, if you've seen the rehearsal clip, you've seen it all. It's really tacky. So, yeah. It sucks, at least. I mean, I will say, I'm going to restate what I said before. I don't see any world in which they win. Even if they did, it wouldn't be legitimate. None of us would view it as legitimate. And I think if they won, first instinct would be to say, clearly, this is the indication of a manipulation campaign that has worked. And it's not too late to take action at any point. It becomes a lot more difficult, obviously, afterwards. I just wish we didn't have to deal with this. I mean, I've talked about it at length before, earlier on this stream, so I don't think I'll go back into it like super in depth again. But there we go. Next up, we are going to have, like I said, Germany, which will be Sarah Engels, and we'll see what happens with that. This is the thing is, and I actually think, here's a conspiracy theory for you. I think they very deliberately put Israel before an automatic qualifier because I think there is a feeling that performing immediately after Israel at the moment is a bit of a tough thing. The other thing, and this is coming from in the press room, is the a cappella bit, you can only hear the crowd. It's like they're almost baiting the crowd to shout something. It's like they've done it on purpose. I wouldn't know for sure. But, I mean, yeah, I can kind of see it. Sylvester Belt is the exact example I was thinking of, by the way, for everyone. Thanks so much, Bardo, for the follow. Opinions on I Miss Us. Toba Ek doesn't feel particularly impressed by Israel, by the way. And Toba, because he reports for a traditional newspaper, right? He's going to review them all. He has to review them all, at least to an extent, from the perspective of an impartiality point of view, right? So if he's not impressed, that's good. let's see what happens next with the next song, which is Germany. I'm still waiting for descriptions. Tom thinks it's slick, but Tom gets gooped for every girl bop. I love him, but that is true. I'll try and get him on stream at some point this week. Yeah, we're just waiting for news from Germany, basically. And then after that, we get Belgium, which means, yes, I'll do the Asilla Shuffle. So we're now most of the way through the show. As you can see, we only have these 6 songs left, which means we have powered through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we have just 1/3 left. Just to give you an idea of what's going to happen, we're going to finish this. And then afterwards, I am going to wrap up and go and have my dinner, go rest for a couple of hours. I'm going to be back on at 8 p.m. tonight. So you're going to see more of me today, don't worry, or do worry, depending on your perspective. And me and Jay are going to be here watching the show, which should be really exciting to see. I am expecting some Germany news. There is a new piano intro to this song. There is an outfit reveal and lots of fire. He says it's about what he imagined. She stood on top of a box, pyro in the first chorus. Jay says it's kind of giving I Want to Be Fuego So Bad. There's a Chanel-style dance break. She low-key sounded bad, but oh well, says Jay. So basically, this is giving me... I feel like you guys know Melody last year. This is kind of giving me the Melody kind of finish, where it gets some points. People don't hate it so much, but it doesn't go anywhere in terms of the voting. That pretty much feels it. Where's My Iced Tea asks, how are you watching the stream tonight? Only press, accredited press, such as myself, are able to watch it. So you guys won't be able to see it. We will watch it and tell you what we're seeing and tell you if it's good. It's our first chance to see it with the full, thing. Most excitingly, there's an audience in the arena tonight. We will premiere the result of the audience poll on this stream. So you're going to want to stay here after the show. It'll take them about an hour to sort it all out. And then we get like an exit poll, essentially, of what people like. Streaming from the press center Artuska is allowed within very strong restrictions. It's easier for me and to be honest, it's easier for everyone for us to be here because, it removes a lot of the complications. And I think that's for the best. It just means that, you guys get a fuller picture and we can stream for longer and so on. I just heard someone say that Greece is rising in the odds. I did just check this and I can't see a big difference here. Let's see if we've got a last updated. So it seems that there were some changes just now at 4:38 p.m. That's 2 minutes ago local time. And it looks like you can see some of these green dots on Greece on the second row, 5.5, 5.3, but it doesn't seem like we have a great deal of movement. Expect a lot of movement this evening when everyone sees it in full TV fit. That's when the big moments will come. So we are now waiting for Belgium. So Belgium will go shortly. Or / should be on now. And I'm going to drink some more water out of my glass of wine. Oof. Gosh. My throat is starting to flag, which will happen when you get to almost a 4-hour stream. We've been on for 3 hours, 43 minutes. I love doing this, but I'm looking forward to having a couple hours, have a power nap, get some food in before we do another 4 hours later. So let's see what we've got. Cynthia is typing. I'm expecting news about Belgium in the near future. I will read the notes out to you while doing the shuffle. But I need the details first before we do that. So this is where we are now. Oh, never mind. We got an interval act. Sorry. Professor Eurovision interval bit about entries getting 0 points right after Germany. It's very fitting, isn't it? So they really are loading things up to have a gap after Israel. Nothing competitive at all between Israel and Belgium. So once that's out the way, we will then get the Belgian one. 2 interval acts in a semi-final is quite something. Tell me you need an extra 10 minutes of programming without telling me you need an extra 10 minutes of programming. You know what would have given you that extra 10 minutes? 5 extra countries. And that's that on that. The second half of this semi will be dragging a lot, says Ethan. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your username. I'm feeling that because just the lack of big hitters in this latter half hurts it a lot. It's good for someone like Lithuania where they have something different, in my opinion, that they have so much shit around them, basically. But other than that, no one really does well out of that arrangement. Just going to try and get some more comments on the last couple. To try and get some more space. Not seeing much new updates at the moment beyond what we've already seen. Love that. Matt, ESC United, he's been tweeting about the whole rehearsal. For Israel, he just tweeted, Israel rehearsed. Good on you, Matt. Didn't say a single detail. Interestingly, from Tom, he's been very, very bullish on Greece, and the Greeks in chat will love this. He says, quote, Greece's show is fucking unreal. The graphics are only in the first third. The rest is all physical and props and full of surprises. Achilles has the toughest staging and pulls it off. They are definitely beating Israel in the televote. That's a big statement. A big, big statement from Tom. But hey, Greeks, maybe it's time to be a little bit excited. I mean, I know you guys are pretty excitable about this anyway, but maybe this is a time to have a little bit of fun. There we go. There they are. I knew you'd all still be there. I know you were all waiting. Still waiting for Belgium, by the way. We have not had anything Belgium yet. We should remember, by the way, like, Israel didn't win the televote in 24 either. So it's perfectly possible for someone to finish ahead of them. Obviously, win is a strong term. You know, we all know what's really going on. Where is Belgium? We are literally just still waiting for Asila. I've been waiting for Asila for like 10 minutes. It's kind of an apt metaphor, isn't it, for this song? We'll see if she does some more dancing. That is going to be pretty key to our thinking. We will see where we go. And so, Cynthia starts with a leaf blower that is beyond loud. Loud in the room, you don't pick it up on TV. She walks down the catwalk. She sounds, quote, questionable. Her dancing is limited to hand movements. Way more solid voice when she has just stood. She did the shuffle. Wide angle shots with the line looks great. Ends with her strutting down the catwalk again, and the dancers walk on ice skates. Like they're on ice skates. So, yeah, maybe it's better on screen. That's the thing that we have to hope for. But her vocal needs to be perfect. Her vocal needs to be perfect, or it's not going to qualify. This is a big night for her. I really think it's a big night for her. Thanks for all of your compliments on my dancing. It's all, you know, I've been a dancer my whole life. I simply, the rhythm is simply within me. The rhythm is in me, and it can be in all of you too. Sorry for party rocking indeed, Dando. My throat is killing me. So it's only one rehearsal, and we don't know for sure. Hopefully her vocal will be better tonight. It sounds to me, with her being quite stationary, I think people are going to have a problem with that. I think people are going to be like, it's a song called Dancing in the Ice, and she's not doing very much dancing. Overcommit, yes, it has a really loud leaf blower. Presumably they're doing that, that photo with the dress drifting out behind her. I'm going to presume it's that. And because the leaf blowers are how you do wind machines. I know this because at Eurovision 2 years ago, must have been. Was it 2 years ago? Yeah, I think it was. There was a song where it was a really quiet ballad and there was a wind machine at the end. And I didn't hear the final notes because the wind machine was right next to me. And it was literally like, and it's so loud. It's crazy. Lithuania is next. Apparently the setup time, it took 2 minutes to set up. So that's long time. But yeah, where are my Lithuanians at? You get 30 seconds to speak Lithuanian, just as a treat. Just as a little treat. I'm really excited to see where we end up with this, because for me, thanks so much, Ren, who says, buy some honey from this money, so your throat is hurting no more. Thank you. I am absolutely certain I will have like a ginger tea or something between now and then. So the Lithuanians are very excited. Very, very excited. How is there so many of you? Every time I call out a country, all of a sudden 500 people appear. And it's like, actually, yes, your entire chat was all Lithuania all along. Gosh, I really, really hope this goes well. I'm excited for this one. This is one of my favorite songs of the edition. I just hope that it comes together and we will hear from everyone soon. While we're waiting, see if I can get a couple of bits more information on what we've just seen. The Aussie Vision says that Belgium has an awesome first shot, but they ran out of ideas halfway through. Back to English now. Sorry, that's enough Lithuanian. James is quite brutal, actually. He says, there's some good use of lighting. Essela's vocals are pretty good, but the staging has no sense of story. It's just stuff. I don't think he meant that to be brutal, but it's really brutal. Yeah. Let's see what happens. So Lithuania next. And to be honest, there's a few which will take a while to set up. San Marino has an enormous prop. Poland has an enormous prop. This might be a bit of a slow-paced finish. This rehearsal has been going on for 1 hour and 20 minutes now. And so the pacing is, it'll probably be slightly faster this evening. Racing at Home quite rightly says, it's not brutal if it's right. Okay, that's enough Lithuanian now. There we go. You've had your time. I gave the Greeks time. I gave the Croatians time. And so now, Lithuania, you've had your time. Lithuania is still delayed. We are still waiting for Lithuania. So clearly this prop is a problem. B says, do we have some information on the postcards? Yeah, let me tell you a couple things. They're like, it's very much sort of like, Asila's in an art installation around a campfire. She's looking at a waterfall. Sarah Engels is walking around some buildings. There's a boat in the mountains. Estonia, they're in the sea looking at fish, which is funny because Austria is landlocked. Sal da Vinci is in a valley listening to nature and he's walking in water, like we said. Sal da Jesus. Apparently, Victoria and Michael are speaking to Sweden in the green room, which is someone covering their face with a phone. That's from Eurovoix via ESC Fent. Thank you very much. Yes, Sal da Jesus. These kinds of long delays, I'll remind you, they do happen in rehearsal because this is also a rehearsal for the stage crew. They have 3 attempts today, this evening, and then tomorrow afternoon to get it right. And so they have the time. We don't need to worry. And it'll be better in the actual night. It always gets faster. Still waiting for news about Lithuania. We've been here it's 7 minutes since everyone posted their reviews about Belgium. So this is a long, long break. Something must have gone wrong because usually you would not be waiting this long, and they didn't have an interval act planned, so it was meant to just be a quick changeover. One wonders whether they might take the interval they had after Germany and move it back one song, because if Belgium doesn't have props, then it would make sense, and this is a problem, then they should do that break to allow Lithuania to get ready at that time. They did 4 interviews, apparently, by the time Lithuania got ready. So that's good and definitely not a massive problem. I guess that means they're ready now, though. I hope. Otherwise, we're going to be here all afternoon waiting for Vienna to be gone. Said that everyone has been blinded by Lion Seeker's bald head. It's very shiny. Very shiny. Smokey Psiao, can you tell us about Israel's postcard? I'm worrying about something that realistically didn't happen. Need reassurance. He was on a boat, apparently. Like, that's all the information I have at the moment. This is what rehearsals are for. It's killing them slow, says Danda. If it gets much worse, you'll start getting my Don's karaoke. How does that song fit, do you think, with the Asida Shuffle? Let's try it. It's killing me slow, trying to make me just another believer. Hollow, hollow, shuffle, shuffle. I'm losing my mind. I am really losing my mind now. This is the thing with these rehearsals. Everything just stops and then there's a slow descent into chaos. Can somebody please just I just need some information about Lithuania. I'm like, how is it still not happened? After 7 minutes, they're ready. Okay. Someone says, do the Tanzschein dance to Hollow. I don't know if it will. Let's see. Like, it's killing me slow. What was it next? Trying to make me just another believer. It's quite difficult at that speed. 7 minutes, though, that makes France last year look like amateur hour in terms of the amount of time it took. It was 3.5 minutes, I think, to set up France last year. 7 is crazy. 7 is crazy. And we still await news from the rehearsal. Is he at least singing now? Could someone tell me, is he at least singing? I'm going to message them and be like, is he at least singing now? Someone mentioned a bagel in chat. I could really go for a bagel, actually. Smoked salmon and cream cheese is my go-to normally. I think that's a delicious combination. So, news, maybe. If I keep speaking, maybe it'll come into existence if I just kind of, gesticulate enough. This is going to be really, really awkward if it takes this long in the live show. It's the kind of thing, because the production crew, to be fair, is not the Lithuanians' fault. The production crew have to agree to each staging and to agree, yes, we can do this in the relevant amount of time. So it's their fault if they can't. In the meantime, a slight movement in the odds. I'm going to refresh the page. You can see 14% there. Boom! No, it's 15. Greece's odds have shifted ever so slightly on the back of that rehearsal being a better one. which is obviously exciting. Europunzel says, so disappointed in my broadcaster ERR after reading the New York Times article. Not sure if I want to follow the contest anymore. What the fuck, Estonia? I mean, I suspected that there'd be a lot of broadcasters in that position. At the same time, the two they've named are not the only ones that were pushing for Israel to stay. There was many of them. And I think it's important to remember that just because there are others not mentioned doesn't mean they weren't doing it. And others were definitely doing it. While we're waiting, let me remind you, thank you so much, SwiftChop, for the subscription, of a few things. Firstly, if you... finally, Jay says in the postcard, he's at a lake in some mountains just sliding around. He's in the cloak at the beginning with the single small spotlight, so similar to what we've seen previously. It feels quite intimate, and then during the first chorus, he walks out robot style. The cloak collapses, and that's when that person on the LED that we saw before shows up. And he walks down the runway with top lights dispersing from him in a circle. Jay says he enjoys it. Cynthia says, Lithuania puppet ghost graphics. Actually, his soul that is sucked into him for the final bit. I loved it. It felt like a Soviet 1970s kids fairy tale. If you know, you know. Cynthia is a certified East German, so she is the expert on this. And those are the cartoons that were obviously big where she was from. So, sounds like it was quite good. So, Lithuanians, how are we feeling? Are we worried? Any thoughts? Any feelings? In order to satisfy your need for info about Lithuania, Vilnius is the capital. It is bordering Latvia, Poland, and Belarus. Thanks. And thanks, Dutch and Gaming. You know what I mean. Greek Tracker says, you can check live odds and money movement for Eurovision on Polymarket, much better than Eurovision World. Also, I followed you on X, love your content. Thanks so much for the tip, Greek Trader. I keep an eye on all of those things. The reason I don't show Polymarket is that it's not a platform I want to... with the betting odds here, the traditional betting odds, gambling of all kinds has ethical problems, right? But Polymarket is an unregulated service that is actually banned in mine and many other jurisdictions. And it has a lot of the guardrails missing that registered bookmakers must follow because there are laws that govern. Polymarket exists outside of that space. So I would not put Polymarket on stream or promote it. That would not be something I would do. And that's that on that. But in any case, I really appreciate your support. Thanks so much for coming to the stream. And hopefully my explanation makes sense. Yeah, I love the sound. From what I've seen, I love the sound of Lithuania. It sounded really good. What that means next is we have Senate and the damp twitching corpse of Boy George on stage. Let's see what we get. Beg your pardon. So, we are waiting for news from San Marino. It looks like it's starting to come through, so we'll get it shortly. It'll be loud, it'll be camp, it'll be lots of weird lights and stuff. And we will see. I'm more interested in the last two, to be honest, because I want to know if Poland is really good in the arena, and I want to know what Serbia is like. Those are big ones for me. Where are the Samarinese in chat? I don't think there is any, just a suspicion. There we go. Cynthia is typing, so we're about to get some news. San Marino starts in the diamond tunnel prop. There's so many colours. She says, and Cynthia's bisexual, so she has a good read on this. ChatGPT, what do gay people like? Rainbows is what the staging feels like. She gets lifted up by dancers. Boy George emerges from the diamond. When he appears, Senate hypes up the crowd and starts going, everyone, it's Boy George. Maybe he will learn how to sing soon. They finish on the catwalk with a big explosion. Boy George literally explodes. No, he doesn't. So it sounds like it's going to be extremely camp and loud and over the top. It's an everything bagel, not necessarily in a good way. Poor Senate. There's still time to send him home. You can get me to sing it instead. I'll come do it free of charge. I can't. Everyone, it's Boy George. Crowd boos. It'd be really funny. Gosh, I just can't believe how much money do you reckon she paid to get him to do this? How much? Thanks so much, Vic Starlight, for gifting 2 subs over on Twitch. That's very much appreciated. And thank you, Swiftshot, for the 100 bits. I really, really appreciate it. And I really appreciate you all being here. Can you imagine that said? Everyone, as we were saying in chat, it's ESC Gabe. That happens somewhere in the somewhere in Europe on TV. The guy who was sending the death threats yesterday goes, "No!" Oh gosh. Nicholas Jackson says, "Everyone, it's Sasha Bogdanov." God, I think I'd actually prefer Boy George to Sasha Bogdanov. Poland is next. I believe Poland is taking to the stage as we speak. We'll get news on it soon. Oh, my word. What will I do if San Marino qualifies? Says Eka. Nothing, because it won't. There is no chance, 0, that San Marino qualifies. Right, we are waiting on Poland. We're going to get news soon. For me, this is a big one, because this is one we've had some optimism with the rehearsals that we didn't have previously. And I mean, if we look at the semi-final odds, those of you who haven't checked these recently, you'll see we have Poland here, currently 9th in the qualification odds. So this performance from Alicia, she's brought herself back into play. Let's see if that hype is justified. We'll get some news soon. We're waiting on Poland right now. And then, of course, we have a big excitement for me, which is Serbia, and I cannot wait to see that. Yes, Poles, you may have 30 seconds of yelling in Polish in chat. You may begin now. So, apparently she's not holding back vocally. I'm starting to see some things coming in across the timeline. Dead Star Nation, thank you so much for the gifted sub. We will wait and see. Targa Holmquist asks, "Love your content. Could we hear your best All the Boys in the Club?" Well, since you super chatted. I'm going to try and do it in his really nasally voice. All the boys in the club sipping cool champagne. There we go. Sign me up, Senate. You got it. Hope you liked that. So, no graphics, no silly graphics on screen. That's the first thing. No silly graphics. She looks like a pop star. The staging gives some direction, but the song is still meandering. Waiting for some more news from my team, and then hopefully we'll be able to get some more details on this. Also, I want to celebrate as we have gone past the 4-hour mark on this stream. This is the first 4-hour stream of the season. There will be more, several more. There's a kaleidoscope in the postcard for Poland. She starts off on the catwalk with the spotlight on her. The light show, and there's a light show, and then there's a dramatic cut before the rap part starts. Big high note at the end, says Jay. The light show looked really good, he said. So maybe this is coming together now. I mean, I don't know how you fix. What was that? Did you guys hear that? Anyway, I think it actually might have been the dishwasher. Where were we? Poland. Yes, it sounds like it's coming together, but my problem is no matter how coherent the staging is, I still worry that it's going to make it impossible, the song, for it to maximally appeal. Okay, stop yelling at me. 1 second. I'm going to check if this is the dishwasher. Gosh, so much going on today. There we go. Right, hopefully that fixed it. I believe it was the dishwasher. This is the most cursed stream ever. We've had thunderstorms, mysterious creaking and gurgles and all sorts. Like, there's just so many things going on. And amongst that, we have one more song. James says, by the way, vocally it's ridiculous. As a song, still disjointed. Staging adds weight, and her voice is unreal. But that thing is, the disjointedness is going to hurt it. It's going to hurt it all the way along, for sure, and that's going to make it difficult. Someone just called it the Gurgle Gay House. Gay House Ghost. Yep, there is a ghost in here. There's a gay gurgling ghost at the gay house. B, we're going to stop after Serbia because I need, it's now less than 3 hours until the next stream. I need a break. So, we are waiting on Serbia. After Serbia, we are going to quickly do some quick highlights of what sounded most exciting. And then we're going to take a few hours break. You're going to make sure that you're here though, for the evening because it's really exciting. We are going to have the jury show. We're going to be watching it. We're going to be telling you about it. Hopefully that'll be a little bit more slick than this one this afternoon. We won't have 7-minute breaks for Lithuania, which is unfortunate. Nicholas says, damn, you still streaming? You bet I am, because I'm committed to this and we will see it through. The stream will start at approximately 8 p.m. Vienna time. So just look at your clocks now. In 2 hours and 50 minutes. That's when we're going to be back. Thanks so much for the 100 bits. Fancy confetti. He says, your dishwasher just wants to be part of the Eurovision fun. Indeed it is. Indeed it does. I'm so excited to see all of this in full production because for me it's going to be my first time. So it's just super, super, super exciting. Whew. Wow. We're going to do 7 or 8 hours of streaming today, which means that for the week, we're probably looking at 50 in total. We've already done 15. And there's going to be a lot more this week because obviously it gets really, really, really intense. I have had a request for 30 seconds of Serbian hype in chat. The request is granted. Serbians, you have 30 seconds to yell as much as you can in your own language about your song. Go ahead. This is your time while we wait for the final song of the semi-final. We have made it here. I'm waiting for I've seen a couple of posts, but nothing that's particularly insightful yet. I am waiting for something that gives us a little bit more. So I'm waiting for Jay and Cynthia. And then once we've done this, we'll have a quick look. Here we go. Their postcard is in some factory in old towns and in the mountains. It starts on the catwalk with the singer on the ground in cloak and smoke. He walks onto the main stage with the camera in his face. And it introduces the sword very early. Then you've got the guitar obviously coming in. The amount of fire in the big growl at the end is a lot. What Cynthia does say is that the camera work was bad. Now, I don't think that matters this much. I still think it's going to look great, but apparently maybe some of the shots weren't right. We'll have to see. I'll get a better look at this later because we don't have that in detail. But she was really unimpressed by the camera work at the end. Let's see what happens. I'm going to try and get some more comments from other fan media. Let's see what other people are saying. And is there anything else? No, nothing else on the camera work. So Cynthia is the only one to have provided comment. We will get into that later then. Germany had tech problems, interestingly. So Sarah Engels is performing again. That's curious indeed. Maybe an in-ear failed or something. But it shows you that even in these rehearsals, people perform again. We're not going to stick around for that now, though, because we've already heard it once. So, one quick last look at this before we go. I'm going to be really honest with you guys and say something that I think a lot of you are going to agree with me with. Moldova and Greece felt the clear winners here in terms of who delivered the most hype, who got most excited. For that reason, I'm going to say that Moldova and Greece are my favourites. That said, right now in chat, go shout your favourites. Tell me who it is, because I want to get a quick idea of that before we wrap things up. So now is your time to do that. Take the opportunity. Someone said Georgia. Please take this seriously. So we're getting lots of Moldova, Serbia, Finland. I see some Lithuania, tons of Moldova and Greece. Tons and tons of Moldova and Greece. A few Croatians in there. I saw someone say Montenegro. Wow, a lot of... This is moving extremely fast. It is quite difficult to read. Okay, you really like Serbia. You really like Serbia. You really like Greece. You really like Moldova. And you like Finland. So I'm going to say those four feel like the big winners here. Greece is rising in the odds as we speak. We'll look more at that later once it is settled. So, with that and with the chat in total meltdown, it has been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Time for me to take a few hours off before the jury show. Thank you all so much for watching. If you haven't already, like I said before, subscribe to the channel. If you're looking for something to keep you going, the staging director of Doomsday Blue, of Wasted Love, of Leerkenheten, Sergio Hayen, he did a sort of masterclass interview with us this weekend where we went through those stagings together and he explained them. That's live on the channel now. Please go watch it if you haven't already. I'm really, really proud of it. But these things never get as much traction in the YouTube algorithm. So you need to go watch that and comment underneath it. Say how much you enjoyed it, because that will tell the algorithm that it's worth recommending to people. I really want to get that out there. We did this with the Jon Olasand interview last year. So let's do that with that now. For now, though, thank you all so much for watching. I am so glad that this stream went really great. I feel amazing despite the fact that we've done 4 hours and 15 minutes. I'll be back in a few hours' time. Set your alarms for 8 p.m. Vienna. For now, take care, goodbye, and I'm going to press the end button. I'm waving.